seen a section of those who are at KICC saying, rather echoing your sentiments in terms of they don't want the politics of regions and all that. And in fact, one gentleman said the people of Mount Kenya West had sort of used them as a bridge. But coming back to the issues that we were talking about, you attributed, you talked about the issue of Kenya Power making profits. But the same house that you sit in, led by Speaker Moses Wetangula, and the House leadership in a retreat in Naivasha this week, they talked about, one is the high cost of electricity, and number two, the frequent power blackouts in the country. And they said these two issues, in a way, are eroding confidence, or investor confidence in the country. So in as much as Kenya Power is making profits, the issue of the high cost of electricity, if investors do turn away and go to neighboring countries, it is also hurting our economy. So,
yes, within the region, Kenya has the highest cost of electricity. If you look at the cost of power here per kilowatt, is 1 unit, 1 kilowatt, compared to Uganda, compared to Tanzania, to Rwanda, to Ethiopia. Kenya has the highest cost of electricity. And it's the responsibility of this government to ensure the cost of power comes down. That's a fact. That's the truth. But regardless of that, we should not be having our public institutions making losses year in, year out. Public institutions as well as private companies should be able to make profit so that we can be able to create more jobs within the economy. And that's what is happening at the moment. Kenyans are saying, please don't tax us more than we are paying. What we are paying is enough. But what we are paying at the moment is not enough to pay our domestic debt, international debt, and recurrent expenditure. So, so the administration, the government, has to continuously borrow, but borrow within the saving. The saving is 55% with plus or minus 5% of the GDP of the Republic of Kenya. So that is the saving we have at the moment. But if you look at the extent to which the government has borrowed, probably we are at the maximum of our borrowing. So we can't continue borrowing more, more than what we have borrowed. And that's why there is an opportunity for PPP, public-private partnerships. But now we have a situation where Kenyans are saying we don't also want public-private partnerships, because we have seen government going to that direction, and we have investors who are willing to put money within health sector, within power or energy sector, so that we don't tax Kenyans more, we don't borrow more, so we use other private sources or money to finance very critical sectors of our economy. And one of the critical sectors of our economy is energy, because we have to bring down the cost of energy so that we can do manufacturing. I have seen companies which are in manufacturing struggling in terms of milling companies, printing companies, because they use power on a day-to-day basis. You find they have bills of 500,000 in a month, bills of $1 million and above every single month. If you hand the cost of labor, the cost of power, the cost of running those machines, making profit is difficult. So public-private partnership is one way of ensuring critical public sectors are financed. Okay. So we Kenyans also, we have to be realistic with our government. True, there is the issue of Adani, which is controversial, which High Court has stopped as far as energy sector is concerned. We want to do our airport. Go to Istanbul airport. It is a PPP, private-public partnership. Very nice airport in Turkey, Istanbul. Go to JF Kennedy in US, huge mega airport, the same. So we have to understand the mechanisms of this. And I think with coming in of Professor Kindiki in the government, we must have a source from the government to explain to Kenyans with simple terms what government is trying to implement through why government is taking public-private partnership way, because we don't want to borrow.
Fair enough.
And we don't want to continue taxing Kenyans. Okay? But we have our recurrent expenditure we have to take care of.
Fair enough.
But also, corruption has to come to an end.
Fair enough. Mr. Osino, before I engage Dr. Hassan, Honorable Ruku talks about how the government has to find money to fund development projects and how we have to incorporate PPP to ensure that all these projects take shape. But the same government has been on a spending spree. In June of this year, the Controller of Budget did reveal and did give a report that the government, in a span of 9 months, had spent around 19 billion in travel alone. So how can we talk about the government having to borrow, the government having to tax, when they themselves are on a spending spree?
I think the government should demonstrate that whatever funds they are raising, whether through taxes or through borrowing, that it's being spent economically, efficiently, and effectively. And the government should seal all loopholes that do give room for corruption. Now, PPP, that is a public-private partnership, it's a good thing because it provides avenues through which a country can grow by engaging private partners. Now, the only problem with our case in this country is that whereas the law allows for public-private partnership, but it's the transparency, the accountability, the way the process is carried out, there are no clear mechanisms to vet how, other companies are engaged and how they also fund our project. And a big question we normally raise when it comes to public-private partnership, especially when you engage an international company, is matter to do with sovereignty. As a country, if you engage an international partner to come and fund an infrastructure or a project in your country, then the terms of the contract has to be very clear and they have to be very transparent, and Kenyans must be made aware as to the terms, because the country stands a risk of auctioning its sovereignty. You don't want to give a huge project that has the implication of giving out your sovereignty to an international organization or an international company. So that the key thing that I'm trying to say is there has to be transparency in the way these things are done, full disclosure. And that is why, for example, the High Court has given orders at least stopping the implementation of the DANI, especially in the energy sector. It's because Kenyans, under Article 35, 34, there's something called freedom of information. We have to be told how these companies were procured, and what are the terms, and for how long, and who is benefiting from what, an element of sovereignty, whether we are going to retain our sovereignty and we are going to retain the project at the end of the day. Yes.
Fair enough. Dr. Hassan, you kindly respond and then...
I think the essence of having development in the nation is that for us to move from where we are to a better nation that has a better services for its citizens. And that is what we are aiming at. However, when we equate our development to United States or Turkey, we are going very far. Reason being, development is progressive. It is not immediate that you must reach certain level of countries which have been in the development trajectory for the past 400 years. And yet, you know, civilization began from Turkey, civilization began from ancient nations that are already known, Greece, and these nations have progressively developed, not all of a sudden. We are just 61 years old, to be sincere. And therefore, what we are trying to say is that for us to look at development, can we look at this development objectively and progressively? Meaning that we do what we can now and leave other leadership that are coming in to do what they have to do during their time. Therefore, but if we start mega projects on credits, or even, I mean, when you say private-public partnership, meaning you are selling part of your shares or income of that particular institution to an individual who is a businessman. And in public-private partnership is a very good move, and it's an ideal for having a very good development like this. Okay. The challenge we have is that, is it the right time for us to do everything? Why don't we do only one major project for these 5 years, and then the next term of His Excellency President William Ruto does again another major project? Look at the trend of the late third president, Mwai Kibaki. He has done a lot of other things, but above all, he did one major significant project, the Thika Highway. Then, I mean, we could have the issue of the airport. Our airport can be changed to a modern airport because it is a hub that will going to help us. But there are other better options. There are other governments who are willing to do private-public partnership, but they are not given an opportunity. The transparency, as he said, in identifying individual private partner to the government is the issue that is causing a lot of queries. Did we give an opportunity in terms of how procurement is supposed to be? Did we give the 3 options? According to the information that we had from relevant individuals who are concerned, when they were talking to Parliamentary Account Committee, they said the process was fast-tracked within a day, within 3 days. So in terms of a project like that, what interest do an individual have to make sure that he drain that process? Or why should an individual fast-track a process that we know will require a lot of transparency that needs to be given out as you are selling shares of this nation to a private entity?
Okay. Before we cross over to Kwale and listen to Alois Musyoka, Honorable Ruka, I want to ask you one question. Yesterday we saw a flurry of Gazette notices, and all this has been done in, at a very fast pace, and we're okay with that. But Kenyans are asking, where is this urgency when it comes to ensuring that things are working in key sectors? And you talked about President William Ruto implementing policies and ensuring that some sectors are working. You've attributed to Kenya Power, you've attributed to Kenya Airways. It's okay, they're making profits. But when it comes to key sectors, especially, and I'll repeat again, the healthcare system in the country, because patients are really suffering. Where is the urgency in addressing the issues within the healthcare sector? The same urgency that we're seeing in all this that is happening at the moment.
It is true we have a challenge as far as health sector is concerned, and also we have a challenge as far as education sector is concerned. These are 2 very critical sectors of our economy, which the administration has to get it right. And we are requesting the government, president and his administration, the executive and those who are in charge of these 2 sectors, they have to do what is right. It's unfortunate we are not seeing the CS Health coming out to tell Kenyans what they are supposed to do in case you go to hospital and you are turned away, that you can't be treated because of the issue of NHIF and SHIF. The issue is many of the public hospitals are offering services. You are getting treated once you go to the public hospitals. But the private hospitals are hesitant to admit, to treat someone who is going to pay for the services or for treatment using the new what you are calling SHIF. But it is the responsibility of the minister. Please come out, tell Kenyans, answer question to Kenyans. Tell them, when I go to this private hospital and I don't get treated, what's the next course of action? Who am I supposed to talk to? Where is that hotline I'm supposed to contact so that my issue can be resolved? Let's see the minister sitting down with the private hospitals providers Let them sit down and explain to them, assure them that when you treat a patient using the new scheme, you'll get your money back. You know, there is that lack of communication, lack of action. President has given them work to do. We want them to see them doing that work. Now, and I can assure you, and this we have said it, we the members of parliament, we are going on to sit down and watch Kenya's safari. Losing our life because of negligence of one state officer or the other is you know, is scandalous, is banned.
Let me ask you.
One life lost because of some of these mistakes is huge, and we cannot accept.
Let me ask you.
We will be censuring some of these people once we resume Parliament, if there are no actions which is going to be taken.
My question is, the President and members of Parliament have the power to summon these CSs.
Yes.
And we've not seen you guys summoning, for example, the health CS whom you've said probably is nowhere to be seen at the moment. What are you guys doing to ensure that, you know, she's held accountable and ensure that things are running smoothly in the health sector? Because as much as you're saying she's nowhere to be seen and things are not working, Kenyans cannot, you know, question her directly. You are the representatives of the people.
I was with the president in over the weekend, Moiben, and he explained to Kenyans that let them register with the chief and all this. And you have seen President coming out saying this. This is a new thing. We should be able to see the minister in charge and the PS and other senior managers in charge coming out and, you know, shouting about this again and again. You know, let me give you an example. During the COVID days, we saw the Minister of Health then communicating to Kenyans again and again, and they managed the COVID situation in an excellent way. The Minister and the President. We need to see, it can't only be the President of the Republic of Kenya carrying the burden of the entire sectors of our economy. Yes, he's the head of state. But let's see his ministers doing what is right. And if they're not doing what is right, we'll leave them their duty. For sure, it is going to happen.
Okay.
For sure it's going to happen. We are on recess. So at the moment, we can't call these people to come and answer questions. Yeah.
Will that be a priority?
That will be one of the priority business. Two things which we have to get right as a nation: education and health.
Fair enough.
The very poor in our villages, in our country, are paid much because of education, because of lack of fees, because of our kids not getting proper. You know, we are talking about competence-based curriculum, which has been implemented. With no facilities in the rural areas. So the minister has to address some of these things.
Fair enough, Honorable Baruku. At this moment in time, I just want us to now cross over to Kwale County and speak to Alois Musyoka, who's standing by just to give us an update of whatever is happening in Kwale County. What are the residents of Kwale County saying in regards to the swearing in of Professor Kithure Kindiki as the third Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya under the 2010 Constitution? Alois, if you can hear me, what are the residents saying in that part of the country?
Well, a very good morning from Kwale. And just to hear what the residents are saying here about swearing in of Professor Kithure Kindiki as new Deputy President after Rigathi Gachagua was impeached recently. Just want to get to know what they are saying and what they have to say about this public holiday today, which was just announced yesterday by Cabinet Minister Musalia Mudavadi. Karibu kwa sisi ya K24, tuambie jina lako na labda ninyi kama Wakenya kutoka hapa Kwale, muna maoni gani ama muna nini cha kusema kuhusiana na swala hili la kuapishwa kwa Kithure Kindiki? Karibu hapa.
Asante. Okay, kwa majina naitwa Eric. Mimi ni mwana bodaboda hapa Kwale. Kitu tungependa kusema mwanzo, tungependa kushukuru Mungu kwa hii siku ambayo ametupa. Pili, tuna appreciate kwa president wetu uamuzi ambao amefanya, na kwamba huyu akae kando apishe mwingine ili maisha yawezabadilika. Maana maisha yamekuwa mangumu tangu Ruto ingie, na tukikombea Ruto na Kibaki tunaweza sema afadhali Kibaki, maisha yake yalikuwa afadhali kidogo. So maisha ya bodaboda yamekuwa mangumu, kazi imekuwa ngumu, maana bodaboda zingine naona zitaendelea kurudishwa kwa watu credit sababu ya maisha vile imekuwa magumu. So tuna appreciate yeye aingie kazini na concentrate na kazi na angalie Wakenya wote. Asiangalie sehemu ya Meru ama kule kwao ati mlima wapi hakuna. Yeye atakuwa deputy president wa Kenya watu wote. Asante.
Asante. Labda pia tuzungumze na mwingine. Tell us your name, na labda pia utuambie maoni yako ni gani kuhusiana na sheria leo kwamba rais anashiriki katika zoezi la kuapishwa Profesa Kithure Kindiki kama naibu rais mpya wa taifa la Kenya.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Kitrenj. Mimi ni mwanabodaboda hapa Kwale. Mimi kwa maoni yangu nasema vile serikali imeamua kuapisha Kindiki, hiyo ni sawa kabisa, maana serikali ikiamua lake ishaamua tayari. Kwa hivyo sisi hatuna sehemu yoyote kwao. Zaidi tu kuombea heri wale watakaoapishwa na watu vizuri kama Wakenya.
Asante. Welcome. Tuambie jina lako pia na wewe.
Kwa majina naitwa Anacho kutoka Kwale hapa, na ile story imekuwa vile wanasema mchagua Kindiki ndio deputy president wa Kenya. Tunampatia appreciate na mkono pamoja kwa sababu maisha ni kwa ngumu bana. Vilingana maisha ya nyuma na sasa si kweli kama yako sawa. Ningependa hii serikali bwana angalie pia sio wananchi bwana, sio kwa watu wanapishana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Tungependa pia sisi bwana kama wakosti tupate mtu kama pia yeye na hapa tu kama deputy president, sio kwa peke yao. Ukisema hiyo ni ukabila bwana. Wao machache sina mengi.
Kuna wale walikuwa wakitoa maoni kwamba waziri kwa sasa yule ambaye ni wa biashara Buria labda anaweza kupata nafasi ile kitu Kindiki alikuwa nayo ya usalama.
Iko sawa hiyo. Iko sawa kwa sababu pia naye atajua ile situation inafanyika huko Kwale. Kwale hakuna usalama wa mifugo. Sio tukimpatia kama yeye anajua yeye ni cost. Anajua problem na affect wa cost nini. Ukifika Mombasa hapo unakuta vijana hawana mambo ya usalama kwa sababu kuna watu wamepanga. So yeye akijua akipatwa kama hiyo atajua ni wapi ndo kuna shida.
Asante. Naona mwingine pia amekuja tuambie jina lako na maoni yako ni gani kuhusiana na taifa leo kusherehekea katika hali ya kuapisha naibu rais mpya Kithure Kindiki.
Naam, mimi kwanza naitwa Jones Kamacha. Ningependa kusema hivi, kama bunge la kitaifa liliona Kindiki anafaa, pia vile bunge la Senate likapitisha kwamba Kindiki anafaa kumsaidia William Samoei Ruto, sisi kama wananchi hatuna budi kukubali, na ningesema kwamba hiyo shughuli iendelee na naibu wa rais ambaye ni Kindiki kwa sasa akaweza kumsaidia Ruto ili angalau akaweza kugeuza uchumi wa Kenya, kwa sababu sasa ukiangalia uchumi wetu uko chini kidogo. Mfanyakazi wa kazi ya chini anazidi kuumia. Sasa basi kama Kindiki atamsaidia Ruto kuinua uchumi, itakuwa ni sawa kabisa na kupeleke Kenya mbele vile inavyostahili.
Asante. That's what Kwale residents are saying from here. And just want to return this back to you so that you can get other views from other parts of the country. My name is Alois Musio.
Thank you very much, Alois Musyoka, all the way from Kwale County in the coastal region of the coastal part of this country. Now, we continue this conversation, but like you were just seeing moments ago on your screen, as preparations continuing at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. We've seen various dignitaries arriving at that particular venue. We've seen the State House Legal Counsel, Kipchumba Karori. We've also seen the Legal Counsel for the National Assembly in the impeachment case against Rigathi Gachagua, that is Eric Gumbo, at that particular venue, even as guests continue to stream in, awaiting the swearing in of Professor Kithure Kindiki as the second in command. Now, let's just continue the conversation, and coming back to you, Akili, even as Professor Kithure Kindiki is being sworn in, as a citizen of this country, what are your expectations of Professor Kithure Kindiki as the second in command?
My biggest expectation is that he will stay true to his oath. If you look at the Assumption of Office of the President Act, it says that you have to affirm to be faithful to the Constitution. You have to affirm to be faithful to the laws of Kenya. You also have to be, you have to take oath of allegiance that you're going to be diligent in the way you serve Kenyans. So I expect him to be very categorical in sticking to his oath of office. Secondly, I expect him to project a national outlook I expect him to serve all Kenyans without discrimination of where they come from. Every Kenyan must feel as if this is my deputy president, and he represents me regardless of probably coming from a minority community, a minority tribe. So expectations are quite a lot. Secondly, also, he has to give support to the president to implement the promises that he gave Kenyans in the 2020 elections. In as much as Mheshimiwa says that the president is trying to do a lot, but on the ground level, there are Kenyans who feel disgruntled in terms of the standard of living, in terms of just affording the basic commodities of life. Not everyone is feeling the effects of the policies that are being implemented up there. So that he needs to support the president, achieve what they promised Kenyans, so that those are some of the expectations that I wish he can fulfill. Yes. Okay, fair enough. Honorable Ruku, being part of the members who voted to send Gachagua home, now, is this a political career from where you sit as good as done?
The provisions of our constitution says once you are impeached, you can't hold any public office. That effectively means Rigathi Gachagua will not be able to hold any public office in the future, moving forward. Because he has been impeached by executive, he has been impeached by parliament, and effectively he has been impeached by judiciary. He will not be able to hold any public office in Kenya moving forward. So effectively is, I don't know how to use that word, but politically is senile, politically.
Now let me ask you, even if he cannot vie, he can still play the oversight role from outside government. Can he be, the leader of opposition in a way? Because as we speak at the moment, we can't deny it. The opposition is in government. We don't have a clear opposition. Can Rigathi Gachagua maybe play his oversight role as a citizen? Because we've seen him saying that Kenyans are overtaxed. We've seen him saying the health system is not working. There's the mess in the education sector. The economy is not doing well. Can he now hold President William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza government to account from outside?
Yes, he can do that. He can use his own resources. But remember, Kalonzo Musyoka is using government resources. The vehicle he uses are government vehicles. Kalonzo Musyoka has a monthly salary from government. Raila Odinga has a monthly salary from government. And the vehicles Raila Odinga uses, these are government vehicles fueled by government, by the virtue of the position he held as a prime minister and Kalonzo Musyoka as a vice president in the past. They are entitled to these packages, to these benefits. Rigathi Gachagua will not be entitled to any benefit. He'll go home with zero benefit because he did not resign. He was impeached. If he will be able to use his resources to roll out political activities across the nation, yes, he can check the government. But I doubt if there will be people who would be willing to follow someone who they know cannot hold any offices or any office on their behalf, because the offices we hold are state officers. We entrusted these offices by the public, and the public knows if you can't hold any office on our behalf, then they will not be following such kind of a person. There is no future. There is no hope with that kind of person. So effectively, Rigathi Gachagua is, I'm trying to know the right one to use. I have a word in mind which is not good, but is effectively incapacitated politically.
Let me just comment briefly on that. I agree substantially with what Mheshimiwa said, but also I don't want to spell doom for Gachagua right now at this stage. He's still in court. He has hopes that the judiciary might still exonerate him, because of course what happened is that at least the orders were lifted in the sense that we could now have a new deputy president even as he goes about his case. So I'm very sure he's very hopeful that the judicial process might rule in his favor. I'm not sure about that, as to whether or not he's going to succeed, but nevertheless, he has his chances. So yesterday the court said that even as we lift these orders, the court assured him that in case the process will be found to be unconstitutional, he could be reinstated. The chances could be dim, but let me just say that those are also possibilities that we want to just give it to him. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know, Dr. Hassan, whether you hold the same sentiments. Can Gachagua now play his, probably oversight role as a citizen, as a private citizen?
You know, when you are a citizen, you can still question the government of the day. He has all the benefit in terms of government services that are provided. He's entitled to be, given medical services. I mean, he can access all government services because as a citizen. But the challenge Gachagua at the moment he's battling with is the fact that he cannot hold any political or state office. That means then, ideally, society values you based on what you can bring back, or whether your word is valued in terms of what you say. He can become a what do you call an activist. We have many street activists. He can be part of those activists. But I don't think if, as a former leader who has been, what do I say, who has been pulled, when your wings are chopped off, whose wings have been chopped off, can again have the gut to question the government. Yet he was in that government and he couldn't perform. So I think one critical thing is that as a citizen of this nation, he has the privileges and right to enjoy government services as a citizen. But in terms of representing the citizen of this nation in any valuable office, I don't think so. But perhaps he has a lot of companies. He becomes an employer of our young people in his companies. That way he is able to articulate his authority to his employers. But I think it is a deal done for the former deputy president in terms of being very much useful in serving this nation, either in political capacity or as a state office. The best thing you would have done is to resign once the impeachment process was initiated at the Senate, so that he salvages his political career. And now we will have had another stronger position. We know Baba now is part of government, and therefore he will have been perfectly placed to play, the noisemaker of the society, so that he plays that role. But now he has made himself redundant, and I don't think if he is going to play any useful or meaningful role, nobody will even listen to him. Probably people will only listen to his cry.
Pretty much. Thank you very much. I wanted to talk to Honorable Ruku in regards to a looming purge that they're saying is coming for quote-unquote disloyal members of parliament. But I just want us to cross over to Mombasa County, where Frederick Kai is standing by to let us know what is happening over there. What are the expectations of the residents of Mombasa County in regards to the swearing in and, of course, incoming Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and what do they make of the ouster of Rigathi Gachagua as the Deputy President, and, of course, beg your pardon, like I said, the incoming expectations on the incoming Deputy President, that is Professor Kindiki. Kai, if you can hear me, kindly bring us up to speed with whatever is happening, and what are the views of the residents of Mombasa?
Thank you so much, Ian. So back to the studio. We are coming live here in Mombasa County. We are going to engage some of the residents of Mombasa and just to get their view about today being a holiday, and also as we expect the second deputy president from this regime, that is Professor Kindiki, to be sworn in at from 10 a.m. Maybe we are going to switch to Kiswahili so that we can get to hear the views of Mombasa resident. Pengine kakangu, kama utaweza kusonga karibu na mimi hapa, jina lako wetu nani, unatuambia tu leo kwamba muda wote kuanzia saa 4 tunaweza kupata naibu wa rais mpya ambao ni Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Pengine kama kijana wa maeneo haya ya kaunti ya Mombasa, maoni yako ni gani kuhusu kungatuliwa kwa Gachagua na vile vile kuweza kupata Profesa Kindiki kama naibu wa rais kwa kufikia siku ya leo?
Kwanza kwa majina anaitwa Yusuf James, na kuapishwa kwa Kindiki na kubandwa Gachagua, hiyo ni kama ni tatizo, kwa sababu kila kazi na kazi zake, na kila kazi ukikosea mambo lazima utafuta kwa kazini na mambo mengine. So cheneza sema haya tu ifanane, serikali ifanye kazi yake.
Shukrani sana. Tukipata mwingine kakangu, jina lako wetu nani, unatuambia tufika maoni yako ni gani kuhusu mchakato mzima ambao tunaweza kuendelea kuona kwamba leo ikiwa ni holiday na tunaweza kusubiria basi kuweza kuapishwa kwa Profesa Kindiki.
Mimi maoni yangu, kwa majina yangu mimi naitwa Abdalla, ni mkazi wa Kongoea. Kitu yenye mimi naweza sema wacha waapishane, kwa sababu hata hatuwezi elewa chenye kinaendelea. Sisi ni watu tu wakuwa tunazungushwa hivi na hivi, mara wanasema sisi chenye tunasema acha wamwapishe Kindiki, ama kama kuna yani sisi tunataka tu ile ofisi sibaki empty. Waapishe tu mtu wao, lakini sisi hatuelewi mambo kama hayo. Sisi deputy president wetu bado ni Gachagua. Sasa hatujui Kindiki.
Shukrani sana kwa maoni yako. Pengine kakangu, kama unaweza kusonga karibu, jina lako wetu nani na tuambie tu maoni yako ni gani. Tumeona kwamba naibu rais alingatuliwa Rigathi Gachagua, na hivi tumeweza kuona kwamba pia Kindiki ameweza kupewa nafasi pale jana na mahakama kuweza kuapishwa. Pengine maoni yako kama kijana ni yapi?
Sawa, shukrani kabisa. Kwa majina naitwa Evans Onyango. Maoni yangu kuhusu Kindiki kuapishwa, naweza sema Kenyans have serious problem right now. Tuangalie yale masuala yenye wananchi wanahitaji kwanza, alafu mambo ya Kindiki ni baadaye. So Kindiki kuapishwa, Gachagua kutolewa, hiyo si suluhisho kwa Wakenya. Tunahitaji maendeleo. Things are so hard on us right now. Ama ni vipi bana? So tunaona tuangaliwe sisi wananchi venye tutasaidika. Kama Kindiki anatusaidia, so be it, but that is not the solution. Kama sisi wana Gen Z tunahitaji sahihi. Si ni sawa mkubwa?
Sawa. Tuweze kupata mwingine kakangu, jina lako wetu nani na tuambia maoni yako ni yapi?
Mimi kwa jina naitwa Omari, mkaji wa Mombasa, na mimi maoni yangu mimi kwa nasema kwamba hii mambo ya kwanza holiday imetokea ghafla ambayo hatuelewi, kwa sababu sisi pia ni wafanyakazi, na unaweza pata katika hiyo shirika tunafanya kazi, tunafanya hoteli kama hii Checkpoint hapa Lights, unapata mdosi hawezi kukupa pesa sababu wateja hawapo, pesa hamna, uchumi umeongezwa. Unaona wateja ndio hao lakini hawana pesa. Sasa kuapishwa kwa Kindiki, kutolewa kwa Gachagua, hiyo ndugu yangu hatuoni dalili yote ambaye itatuwezesha sisi tumesimama imara. Ile kitu iliyopo. Mazee mimi ningeomba tu yani wote watoke. Tuchaguliwe mtu mwingine tu ambaye tofauti mwenye hajawahi ingia. Lakini sababu wakati kulikuwa na maandamano ya Gen Z, watu walikufa. Kindiki alitokea na alikuwepo mkubwa. Alitokea, aliongea chochote? Hakuongea. Haya, Gachagua alikuwa yuko field pia yeye. Alikuwa anapigania mambo ya Mount Kenya. Na kwa hivyo hata mimi nasema rais, naibu wake na nini wote tu watoke, mwingine aingie tafadhali. Mimi naomba tu.
Shukrani sana kwa maoni yako. Tukiweza kupata pengine Mkenya mwingine. Mama, uko na maoni pengine kama kuna mwingine angetaka kuweza kuongea, pengine usonge hapa, jina lako wetu nani na tuambie tufika. Mchakato mzima tumeweza kuona mahakama imeweza kuamua kwamba Kindiki anaweza kuapishwa kwa njia pasi na tatizo lolote. Pengine kama Mkenya wa kawaida, mkazi wa Mombasa, semi zako ni zipi?
Kwa majina naitwa Godfrey Haseke Ouma, mkazi wa hii kaunti ya Mombasa, na kwa kweli kile ambacho kimefanyika mimi kama Mkenya sijafurahishwa nacho. Kwa mtazamo wangu mimi, tumeona kwa ile haki kabisa koti ikikosa ule uwazi kutuelezea actually kile ambacho kilikuwa kinastahili kufanyika, kwa sababu tumeona makamu wa rais bwana Gachagua akijaribu sana kupambana na ile haki aweze kupata haki yake, lakini tunaona kama ananyimwa ile haki na inaenda mpaka kiwango cha kuwa anazuiliwa hata kwa appeal ili aweze kuendelea na ile kesi yake, lakini badala yake tunatangaziwa kwamba kutakuwa na public holiday ambayo imekuja ghafla, na vile vile makamu wa rais bwana Kindiki anateuliwa, na hivyo baada ya kuteuliwa anaapishwa mara moja. So ni swali ambalo limetokea, ni la utata sana kwetu sisi wa Kenya. Tunabaki kujiuliza, je, haya ambayo yamejiri ni kikatiba ama ni mambo ambayo yamejiri tu kwa mtazamo wa watu ambao wamekaa wakapangia swala hili? Kwa sababu kutokea lianze, sisi tunaweza kusema ya kwamba right from kutoka katika bunge mpaka senate mpaka kotini mpaka leo hii Gachagua tumeona kweli akipambana na ile kwamba apate haki yake. Na tukiangalia tumekuwa na maswali ya kujiuliza kwamba ndiposa haya yatokezee, Gachagua alifanya makosa gani? Na kama alifanya makosa, je, aliomba msamaha, alisamehewa ama hakusamehewa? Na kama hakusamehewa, alipeleka kesi mahakamani ambayo ni kotini. Je, akiwa kule kotini alisikizwa na haki ilichukua mkondo wake, ama ni kusukumwa Gachagua kwenda nyumbani? Unajua, tumejiuliza mara nyingi kwamba tunataka tujue makosa ya Gachagua. Ukituambia kwamba fulani amekosa, utuambie na makosa yake. Sisi tuliomchagua Gachagua na Ruto tulijua kwamba watafanya kazi pamoja mpaka 2027 ili tuchague viongozi wengine. Lakini kwenda kwake nyumbani pasipo na kutuelimisha ama kutuelewesha sisi wa Kenya kwamba Gachagua anaenda nyumbani kwa makosa gani, bado tuna maswali ya kujiuliza. Tunataka tujue haki kweli. Je, Gachagua ameenda nyumbani kwa haki ama Gachagua ameenda nyumbani kwa kupelekwa nyumbani na watu ambao wamepangia ule mchakato mzima kumpeleka nyumbani? Mungu ni mwaminifu, na vile wale wamefanya hii kitu, hata kama ni pesa ama ni uwezo wa mtu fulani, Mungu atalipa. Asanteni sana.
Shukrani sana. Pengine kakangu ulikuwa unaweza kuchangia, songe tukimalizia tu. Kuja tu venye huko. Jina lako aitwa nani?
Majina naitwa Moses Mariko. Mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Kongowea. Katika yale maneno yanayofanyika saa hizi katika Kenya yetu, tunaona kama serikali imeweka matakwa ya wananchi chini. Manake mambo yanayotendeka haya wameyapatia nguvu zaidi kushinda Mkenya halisi. Mkenya halisi saa hizi kuna mambo, na kwanza hii mambo ya SHA, kuna wale ambao hawajiwezi wanaenda hospitali na wengi so far wamepoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya hiyo SHA. Sasa wamepatia nguvu sana mambo na naibu wa rais, lakini wananchi wanastahili kurudi bungeni na wapatie hiyo nguvu ambao wamepeana kutoa huyo deputy. Wapeana same hiyo nguvu kwa mwananchi, wampiganie mwananchi, waseme kuwa tunataka kuensure kuwa SHA inafanya kazi kwa muda upasavyo, muda mchache kiasi. Na kuna wale pia ambao hawana kazi saa hizi, vitu kama hizo wamepuuza kabisa. Sisi mambo ya naibu hayatuhusu sisi wenyewe. Sisi Kenya tuhusu ni tunaona kuensure wa chakula imekuja kwa tumeleta kwa chakula kwa meza ya familia zetu. Hiyo ni si natuhusu tu peke yake tu.
Shukrani sana kwa muda wako. Now Ian, you have heard about the Mombasa resident statements talking about the impeachment and also talking about the Professor Kindiki being sworn in as the deputy president today, and they have various issues which are saying that it's not an issue to them, and what they want currently is a better life and a better healthcare. From Mombasa County, my name is Frederick Kai. Back to you, Ian.
Well, thank you very much, Frederick Kai. Residents of Mombasa County raising very, very genuine concerns and wanting the same government to apply the same urgency they've applied in the process to impeach Gachagua and swearing in Professor Kindiki to matters affecting them. And you've seen that particular gentleman passionately talking about matters health and the implementation and the rollout of social health insurance fund. And as they were speaking, we've seen Elgeyo Marakwet Governor Wesley Rotich, we've seen CS for Transport Davis Chirchir, as also at the same time CS Justin Beda Muturi arriving at the KICC. Now, gentlemen, even as we wrap up this particular conversation, I wanted to rope you in, Honorable Ruku, in terms of we've had talks of a looming purge for disloyal MPs in the Kenya Kwanza administration, especially during the vote to impeach Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Is that the case, and if so, why?
Yes, it is going to happen because we have to align the leadership of the National Assembly in terms of people having the same kind of mind, because you have to move the nation forward. If you thought you are one of those in senior position in Parliament, and you thought what the leadership was doing is wrong, then the best thing is to give way for the majority, for them to take up positions so that we can implement the agenda of the people of Kenya in the most seamless manner. So we will be seeing some positions going to different people. I'm one of those who are saying it is my time now to be a chairman of a committee, departmental committee in Parliament.
Let me just ask you. You said yes. They did not, they disregarded the directive.
Not directive, not directive.
Because if they're being, if there's a purge on those who did not support that particular motion, it means
it's not a directive.
Then it is.
It is a thinking of the majority. Thinking of the majority.
Why should they align to the thinking of the majority?
Yeah, it's democracy. The majority has their way, minority have their say.
Then if it's democracy, then you let them express their own minds.
Yes, you have your say. We have heard you clearly. But now, because we are the majority, majority have to hold positions in Parliament so that we can steer the agenda of the majority. And the agenda of the majority is known. If you have made a decision to be on the minority, please be there, continue championing the voice of minority, as the majority champion the voice of majority.
Well, the minority
we don't expect, I don't want to mention names, but the departmental committees will be seeing new faces chairing those departmental committees. And I'm saying I have what it takes to be a chairman of a departmental committee in the National Assembly, and I will not let Kenyans down in terms of championing their interests as far as that particular departmental committee is concerned.
Fair enough. Dr. Hassan, your final sentiments?
Yeah, I think I'll pick it from where Mheshimiwa has stopped. We still have the challenge of bullying parliamentarians by the executive and not differentiating the role of parliament, independence, in terms of executing their duties. I mean, if I have a different opinion in terms of what has been brought to the floor of the House, and then I'm being told if I don't conform to the majority's opinion, then I should be kicked out of responsibilities within the parliamentary committee offices, then it looks like I think we are not heading anywhere. The distinctive role between Parliament and the executive has no demarcation, simply because if today I can say no to something I know my conscience will not let me say yes, then I'll be punished for that. Then that means then I think we have one Parliament, one executive, and if that one Parliament and one executive is the one to run this government, then we should just appoint all the members of Parliament as an executive employees of the government. And they are given different roles in different ministries, and then they perform what they need to do. And we look for a team that will go in to do the oversight and representation.
Fair enough. Wakili.
Yeah, my last statement is, of course, I wish the new DP the best in serving Kenyans. At the end of the day, every Kenyan wants to be served well, to feel as if they're part of this great project called Kenya. So I wish him the best. Of course, at the same time, I would also wish the best to our Deputy President. Let him pursue his case in court, and we will see at the end of the day what the court will say. Nevertheless, it's a big day for Kenya. And as the court said, the public interest is that there has to be continuity in the office of the Deputy President, regardless of whether or not one person feels as if their right has been infringed. It's in the interest of the Kenya that we have a Deputy President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Wakili, for making time this particular morning. Dr. Hassan, thank you very much for always showing up. Honorable Ruku, always a pleasure having you. Thank you very much. Well, that was the conversation this particular morning surrounding the happenings here in the country. But at this particular moment in time, I just want to hand it over to Brother Mwai, who will take you through whatever is happening in the next phase, and that will include the swearing in of Kithure Kindiki as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Very good morning to you, Brother
Good morning, Keitani. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Thank you so much for that awesome coverage of this particular event, and of course your guests here are just making a sense of the events today and what has been happening in the corridors of justice all the way to the political front. Of course, Honorable Ruku, Honorable Hassan, thank you so much for your time, and also our guests here for making time. We do appreciate that and don't take it for granted. And of course, Abraham Kithure Kindiki, a professor of law, somebody that has been in the Senate for 2 terms, serving the great people of Tharaka Nithi. Now, this man, right now, as we speak, was the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. His profile has grown, and he's just moments away from being the second in command in this particular country. Kithure Kindiki will be the next Deputy President in just a few minutes from this particular moment. And of course, celebrations are in top gear in different parts of the country, and here at KICC, we have where the event will actually be happening. Of course, 10,000 people are expected to be seated when that particular event starts. Most of them have started making their way to that particular venue at this particular hour, and they're expected to be seated by 9 a.m. this morning. At 10, the celebrations will begin. It is an event that is just supposed to take less than an hour. Of course, we do not expect much speeches from that particular front. We'll just be seeing the Deputy President, because it is a judicial process, of course. So we'll see the Deputy President-elect being sworn in, a few speeches here from him, and also the President, and that will be the end of that particular event. Of course, now as we continue with our coverage today, I do want to take you to Eldoret, where our reporter Timothy Simwa is on standby to get the views of the residents of Eldoret on this particular front. Simwa.
Well, Brian, like you said, it's not a matter of if, not even when, but just in the next few hours, the country will be having a new deputy president under the, 2010 dispensation. He will be the 3rd deputy president, of course, following the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua as Kenya's 2nd deputy president. Right here in Eldoret, of course, Kenyans continue to follow the events at the Kenyatta International Convention Center to see how that particular ceremony will be unfolding. And of course, they have a lot to say about this. So just allow me to have an interaction with a section of Kenyans in Western Gishu County, the home county of President William Ruto, to hear what they have to say about the political happenings in the country, and of course the new chapter that the country will be turning today. Utaanza kwa kutuambia majina yako na utuambie hii leo tunajua kwamba Abraham Kithure Kindiki atakuwa anaapishwa rasmi kama naibu wa rais. Sijui kama wewe kama Mkenya, matukio yote yaliyofanyika kufikia hii leo, una yepi ya kusema kuhusiana na haya?
Kwa majina naitwa Daniel Malel kutoka Aba wa Singisho County. Ya kwanza mimi ningependa kumpongeza Abraham Kithure Kindiki kwa kuwa Deputy President ambaye ameteuliwa na William Samoei Ruto. Ya pili, nataka niwaambie wa Kenya, yaliyopita sio mbele, tuyakange yachayo. Ambia Gachagua aenda akapumzike huko Matira kwa sababu alikuwa anapenda nyumbani kwake. Wacha tumpate new Deputy President mwenye ataunganisha wa Kenya wote bila mapendeleo, bila ukabila. Huyo ndio tunamtaka. Na tumeona kuanzia safari ya Kithure Kindiki tangu zamani, tumeona sifa zake na tunaona hiki kiti namtosha yeye. Sasa nataka kumshukuru President wetu William Samoei Ruto kumteua mtu mwenye mnashikana na yeye ili mfurute hii Kenya iende mbele. Haya ni yangu.
Asante sana. Haya, acha tuungane na mzee mwingine hapa, tuambie mzee wangu, wewe una yapi ya kusema? Mike nashika.
Mimi naitwa Osea Kiplagat Kebenei. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Singishu County. Nafanya biashara ya matatu na vile mambo inaenda sahi. Tunashukuru kwa sababu ya amani. Tunashukuru kwa sababu ya uteuzi wa Abraham Kindiki akuwe Deputy President. Sisi kama wakaaji wa Singishu tunapenda amani kwa sababu sisi tunafanya biashara na watu mbalimbali. Kabila yote wako hapa na sisi tunapenda watu wote, tunapenda Wakenya, tunapenda amani. Ile kitu tunataka tu ni kwamba Kenya iende mbele. President na deputy president ambaye ameteuliwa washike hii nchi wabereke mbele, kwa sababu unajua hao ni Wakristo na sisi wa Kenya tunapenda amani. Saa hii kila mtu anasoma na akienda kazi popote ikuwe na amani. Tunashukuru kwa hiyo. Asanteni.
Osea Kiplagati. Wacha tuungane na mwingine hapa tupe hisia zake.
Kwa majina naitwa Daniel Okuma Kezi. Kama sisi wana bodaboda wa Uasin Gishu tuna support president wetu kumteua Kithure Kindiki kuwa naibu wake, na sisi kama wana bodaboda tunampongeza rais ya kuchagua naibu wake Kithure Kindiki, na tuko nyuma yake na tunamsupport as anaendesha government yake ya Kenya, na tunamshukuru sana kwa sababu amesema inastahili tukuwe na mabadiliko katika hiyo section ya deputy president, na tunasema tu ni asante.
Sawa, acha tuungane na kijana mwingine hapa tupe hisia zako.
Kwa majina naitwa Boniface Kipkemboi, na furaha yangu ni kumwona Kindiki kama deputy president. Ni furaha sana iliyo kubwa. Yaani sisi watu wa Eldoret tumefurahi. Kama GNC tulikuwa tumechoka mambo ya sisi watu wa Mlima. Mlima iende ipumzike. Mlima ni yetu sisi wote wa Kenya. Nashukuru sana. Hiyo ni nasikia vizuri, yani hata sijui niseme aje. Asante sana.
Mwingine hapo acha tumpe fursa.
Yes, kwa majina naitwa Kenneth Chepsat Alans Marende. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Uasin Gishu na Elgeyo Marakwet County. Ni furaha yangu tele kwa maana rais amemteua mtu mwenye busara na mwenye hekima ambaye atateua kuongoza nchi yetu. Pia anaongoza nampongeza Kindiki kwa maana yeye ni mjasiri na yeye ni mwenye hekima na yeye anaamini Mungu. Hii Kenya yetu tunataka mtu ambaye mwenye hako na heshima. Kwanza kwa rais alimteua mtu ambaye hako na hekima na heshima, hata akiwachiwa nchi hana tashwishi chochote. Bila ya kwamba mimi nasema ya kwamba pia naye bwana Rigathi Gachagua haenda apumzike polepole, akule kwa maana akule pension kwa mama yeye alichezea serikali yake. Watu wa milima pole sana. Hakuna asante.
Labda mwingine tuko ufupi.
Kwa majina naitwa Samuel, mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Uasin Gishu. Niko na shukrani pia kwa yale ambayo matukio ya imekuwa karibu mwezi mmoja uliopita. Kuna vuta ni kuvute kuhusu yule atakayechaguliwa kuwa mrithi wa Gachagua. Na nashukuru sana kwa Kithure Kindiki kuchaguliwa kuteuliwa kama deputy president. Ukweli ni kwamba hata yule mwingine pia alipata haki. Alifuata njia hiyo na akaendelea vizuri na ikafika mahali penye koti kafanya uamuzi. Na sasa tunataka tuendelee mbele kama Wakenya, tushikane pamoja na tubingirishe gurudumu la maendeleo. Asante sana.
Wacha nipe kijana mwingine fursa hapa, ametoroka hataki kusema chochote. Wacha nipe mwingine fursa hapa. Okay. No, hivyo Amoi, those are some of the sentiments from a section of residents of Uasin Gishu County. As far as the issue of the swearing in of the new deputy president is concerned, of course, assessing from their sentiments, it's fair to say that majority of Uasin Gishu residents are supporting the new deputy president. They are of the opinion that he's the ideal man for the job, and they hope that going forward with the, unraveling political landscape in the country, a lot is going to change in terms of how maybe services are going to be delivered with the duo of now President William Ruto and Abraham Kithure Kindiki as his deputy. Of course, we shall continue to follow the events at KICC. Like I said, there is a pensive mood around here. Kenyans are glued on their TVs just to witness this ceremony, which is which was rather unprecedented. No one knew that this would be coming anytime soon, but it has happened. So the country will be watching to see what these new changes will have in store for them in terms of the Kenya Kwanza demonstration, delivering on some of the goodies and the promises of election ahead of the 2022 election that ushered in this new administration. Brian.
All right, Timothy Simo there from Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, of course, bringing us up to speed with what Kenyans are saying on that particular front. As far as the swearing in of Deputy President nominee Kithure Kindiki is concerned. And of course, what is happening at the KICC, live pictures there, of course, delegations making their way to that particular venue to get to witness the swearing in of the third Deputy President under the new constitution, or rather the 2010 constitution. Of course, now that will be Kithure Kindiki. Now, it is a ceremony that's supposed to take less than an hour, meaning from 10 a.m. it will start at 10 a.m. Of course, we do understand that by 9 a.m. People are supposed to have seated and also made their way at the KICC to be able to pave way for this particular process to actually begin. It is a judicial process, so it will start at 10 a.m. and it's not going to be a long process for that particular matter, because we do not expect many speeches on that particular front. Of course, we'll just have a speech from the Deputy President, who will be Kithure Kindiki, who will have been sworn in at that particular moment, and also the President. And from that particular front, we will be done with that particular function. That is according to Interior PS, that is Raymond Omolo, who said 10,000 people are expected at the KICC. 7,000 of them will be standing, as 3,000 of them will be seated. And of course, 10,000, those are the people that we've been able to witness earlier on, with our reporter David Kagena bringing us up to speed with what has been happening there. Queues, people have traveled far and wide to come and witness this particular event, this momentous moment in the country, as we write the history of this nation with the swearing in of the third Deputy President. Who would have thought, under the new constitution, that is Kithure Kindiki. Just moments after the impeachment of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, with the High Court failing to issue conservatory orders to stop this process from going on. Today, of course, is a public holiday gazetted yesterday to be able to pave way for the swearing in of Kithure Kindiki. Kithure Kindiki is not new in the political front, of course, having served as the Senator of Tharaka Nithi for 2 terms since 2013 to 2017, and now in 2022, of course, came in as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, has served on that particular front up to this particular moment, where now he will be transitioning to being the second in command in this particular office. And of course, something else that will also be happening, he will now be the deputy party leader of the UDA party. That is according to the party. Of course, they'll be making that communication in the coming days. Also, this man Kindiki, this man Kindiki was considered as one of the people that would have been the running mate of President William Ruto in the run-up to the 2022 elections. But of course, that did not get to happen, and we got Rigathi Gachagua. Of course, when all this started, of course, from the political front, we saw proposals from the Mount Kenya region, especially Mount Kenya East leaders, coming out and saying we are proposing to have Kithure Kindiki to be able to champion for our rights and our issues as a region. All right, I want us to cross over to Busara Naaman, who is on standby at the Kenyatta International Conference Center, to just bring us up to speed with what is happening on that particular front before we come and try to make sense of the events that have been happening as far as the swearing in and the impeachment of the former Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua.
Naam, asante sana Brian Mwai, bila shaka nakujia nikiwa hapa katika ukumbi wa jumba la KICC hapa jijini Nairobi, ambapo hafla nzima basi ya kumwapisha Profesa Kithure Kindiki inafanyika, na bila shaka itakuwa inaanza mwendo saa 4 hivi. Kwa sasa basi Wakenya wanazidi kumiminika katika ukumbi huu, mtazamaji, na labda mpiga picha wangu ambaye ni Francis akuonyesha foleni ni ndefu. Wakenya wanamiminika kwa wingi kuhakikisha kwamba basi wanapata fursa hii ya kushuhudia hafla hii muhimu, ambapo tunaona kuapishwa kwa Profesa Kithure Kindiki ambaye anachukua usukani baada ya kubanduliwa kwake ambaye ni aliyekuwa naibu wa rais ambaye ni Rigathi Gachagua. Na mtazamaji, foleni hizi zinaendelea huku usalama ukionekana kuimarishwa, ambapo hafla hii kitarajiwa kufanyika. Kumbuka kwamba kuna viongozi wa matabaka mbalimbali ambao wanatarajiwa kuhudhuria hafla hii kushuhudia kuapishwa kwa Kindiki. Kando na hayo basi kutakuwa na mabalozi kutoka mataifa tofauti ambao kwa pamoja basi watakuwa wanakongamana hapa kushuhudia kuapishwa huko, mtazamaji. Na moja kwa moja labda nikujuze tu yanayojiri katika ukumbi huu. Ukisikia tu sauti kwa mbali, kuna burudani ambalo linaendelea, maana kuna baadhi ya Wakenya ambao tayari wameshaingia katika ukumbi huu na wanaendelea kutumbuizwa na nyimbo tofauti. Hivi sasa wanaowakilisha bila shaka shaka ni kwaya ile ya State House, mtazamaji, inaimba nyimbo tofauti, nyimbo ambazo ni nyimbo za kuweza kuleta ule Ukenya miongoni mwetu, na hivi sasa basi burudani linaendelea. Awali kulikuwa na tumbuizo kutoka kwa wachezaji dance wa kitamaduni, bila shaka walipiga dance hiyo, na vile vile kuweza tu kuwatumbuisha wale wa Kenya ambao tayari wameshawasili kuweza kusubiri hafla hii kuanza, mtazamaji. Na moja kwa moja labda nikipata fursa hii kuzungumza na baadhi ya Wakenya ambao wamepanga foleni wanatarisha kuingia, labda tu niweze kujua matarajio yao ni yapi. Habari zenu, unaweza zungumza na mmoja wenu atujuze pengine matarajio yake katika hafla hii ya leo? Na mmoja wetu tutapata. Anza na majina yako alafu tueleze matarajio yako ni yapi katika hafla hii ya leo hapa.
Kwa jina langu naitwa Brian Kaitany. Natoka huko nje ya Baringo. Nimekuja jana nikalala barabara juu ya safari ya Kindiki. Na nafurahia sana. Sana.
Naam, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Je, ungependa kuzungumza na sisi? Naam, na upande wako ungependa kutoa maoni yako kuhusiana na kufika kwako katika hafla hii? Pengine mwanzo na jina lako.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Kennedy Okinyi. Natoka county ya Migori, Rongo sub county. So today I'm happy because it's like we are tunapisha mwenye atakuwa ana mambo ya ukabila na atafanya kazi kwa ujasiri sana. Yes.
Na umesafiri usiku wa leo, usiku wa kuamkia jana kufika hapa, ama umekuwa Nairobi?
Nilisafiri usiku wa leo.
Asante sana. Bila shaka mtazamaji, huyo ni Mkenya kutoka eneo la Rongo alivyosema, na amelazimika kusafiri usiku kucha ili kuweza kufika katika sehemu hii kushuhudia uapisho huu, mtazamaji, wa Profesa Kithure Kindiki ambaye anachukua usukani kama naibu wa rais. Kumbuka kwamba hivi sasa saa hii shughuli nzima tu ni burudani na Wakenya wanazidi kumiminika kwa foleni ndefu ndani ya ukumbi huu. Alafu hapo baadaye pengine mwendo wa saa 4 basi hafla nzima itakuwa inaanza, na bila shaka tutakuwa tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunakujuza yote ambayo itakuwa inajiri katika huu ukumbi wa KICC. Na kufikia hapo basi narejesha usukani kwako Brian Mwai studioni.
Right, of course, that is Busara Nama. Just like she said, those celebrations at KICC, what we call Mbwembwe, I believe. And of course, as we continue this coverage here, it is wall-to-wall, different parts of the country covered here, like you've never seen before, with the best way we know how is here at K24, bringing you up to speed with how Kenyans are feeling as far as these proceedings are concerned, especially the inauguration of Kithure Kindiki as the second in command in the country. And of course, here in studio, I do have my guest, Edgar Kosgei. Thank you so much for making time. Public policy analyst.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you've been missing in action for a minute. It's not good. You've been good?
The Lord's doing. We thank God we are here. We thank God we have missed in action. We thank God for the inauguration. We thank God for everything.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so all right. We also do have Professor Fred Ogola. Hello, Professor. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Me, I want to take this chance that as we're having a public holiday as a nation, also we have a holiday as a Catholic Church. Today is All Souls Day. And All Souls Day is a very important day because all souls being welcome in heaven today. So we hope what happens on earth also happens on heaven. So it's a day to wish all Catholics. This is a very important day in the calendar of the Catholic Church. When I was in Europe, in Spain, it used to be a public holiday that even no institutions were closed, 2nd and 1st of November. So this is a very important day where we pray for all the souls of the people we missed, those who died. I also want to take this chance to pray for the souls of the founders of this nation, from the Mzee Hayati Kenyatta. You come all the way to the fathers of the nation, Jaramogis, Jem Karuki, those who died well and those who also died fighting, people like Dedan Kimathi who has fought for the freedom of this country. Because without fighting for that freedom for this country, we could not be having an inauguration of an African deputy president. We should have been having inauguration of a white deputy president. So all to you, we pray for you that what you fought for here, God might reward you in heaven, and for anything that is still keeping you in purgatory, you can be cleared so that you can sit next to Abraham.
Okay. Abraham, that just came out. Okay. Today we are celebrating the inauguration of Kithure Kindiki as the second in command here in the country. I want to pick, before I go to Taita, I just want to pick your mind on the events that have led to this particular moment and what you make of that. Let me start with you, Edgar.
First, I want to congratulate the deputy president-elect for being thought as someone who is fit for the job.
Okay.
He has waited for this seat for a very long time, and now it is coming to him finally. Number two, getting a professor to that seat was not an easy job. First, it required political wisdom that you have to marshal enough numbers for you to have someone sail as a deputy president. Getting such numbers in parliament, getting such numbers in the Senate, and getting that kind of judgment from the High Court is not an easy job. It is not an easy job. So whoever orchestrated the whole thing and came up with the whole thing is a political genius.
So you say orchestrated as if it was foreseen from the onset.
Everything must be planned, Brian. Everything must be planned. And sometimes you are caught off guard when people have planned what they want to do. Like, there are people who are caught off guard. Like, they are not going to impeach me. Rigathi was caught off guard, I'm thinking, in my own assessment. So whoever planned this, whoever executed this, must have taken his time to see the requirements of an impeachment that is above board, that cannot be brought down by the court of law. That in itself is an achievement. That in itself is a masterpiece.
Okay. Professor Fred,
yes.
Was this what was intended from the onset? Because now we are talking about the man behind me, Professor Kithure Kindiki, was a possible running mate to President William Ruto in the run-up to the 2022 elections. That did not happen. There have been different reasons, given to the public as to why that did not come to be. Then, to this particular extent, from what Edgar is saying, you see, it must have been planned from a very long time for you to see Kindiki now being moments away from being sworn in as the next in command.
Well, sorry, if at all it was planned, then this is not a good plan for the country, because you see, we are wasted a lot of time. In fact, what was going to be my main statement is that I'm not saying I was for impeachment of Gachagua or not, because I actually don't care. I care more about what Kenyans want. So now that this is done, there'll be a lot of some quietness, and then if at all they can focus on work, then at least that's the only thing Kenyans can get, because Kenyans do not really care whether this person was there or not. So I wouldn't imagine that it was planned, because then it will make the president look really bad. In fact, even Kindiki will look very bad. Why do you allow someone to enter office for 2 years, then you remove him? But I'm saying that in case that is the case, I don't know the deeper, the sanctum of politics. Maybe Mheshimiwa here can tell us, but I would not imagine that it was actually planned, because I want to say that this is a divorce. This is a breakage. No one goes into a marriage with the intention of quitting. Because before you choose a woman, the whole forest belongs to you. But once you pick one tree, then that tree is only yours. That's why we believe in philosophy that human beings' choices are infinite. Until you make the choice, then you limit it. Okay. So it's by you making a choice that actually you can make this happen. But just allow me to say a few things. One, is this a promotion to Kindiki? Yes, it is a promotion to him. And if at all is a promotion to him, does he merit it? I think this could be what he called plan. If you aim to become a deputy president, you should have been the one saying that in case the one there steps down or gets something happen, it should be me. So according to me, remember, Kindiki was very faithful to William Ruto, to the point of the killings we saw during the Mandamano. You saw that Raila Odinga even presided over the internal security. The Gen Z, the same thing happened. He presides over the most corrupt ministry in government. Not by my terms. Go to EACC data, shows the internal security, the most corrupt one, followed by healthcare. So is this actually a promotion deserving of work? But I think what he has done very well is to be loyal to the president. He's shown loyalty. And I think that any politician outside there, no loyalty pays more than anything else. Then The other thing is that he seems to be now William Ruto's DP because he's not elected directly by the voter. So therefore, maybe it means that this means that he has to serve the president with ultimate loyalty. And remember before, Moi used to have, before the Constitution 2010, you picked your president, your deputy president or vice president without question. And that's why you saw people like Karanjas who were not obeying, had to leave. Saitoti was there for long. So maybe we have gone back to that model. But I think just this a moment of what has happened now we have to look about. And I can tell you, what has happened between William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua's divorce is not based on policy.
All right.
It is based on personal differences or lack of loyalty. So I'm looking at the point, but they didn't agree on how to offer healthcare to people. They didn't disagree on the education system. They didn't agree on the finance bill. They just did not have that rapport or working together.
All right.
And now,
is that a bad thing? Or
no, I'm saying the deputy president is the principal assistant to the president. And if you take that position, you should not be having a different view. I looked at what happened between Joe Biden and Obama. Joe Biden said he had some different views from Obama, but being his principal assistant, he just had to be loyal to it because being a principal assistant, you are assisting this person. You can't assist them with their different views. You assist them with their own. So according to me, this is an interesting thing. Allow me to make my last point, which is important. Let's draw some parallel to this. Uhuru Kenyatta has broken a record that no one's broken, being the only president who has had only one deputy in his term. Now with Ruto having a second deputy, remember Kenyatta had like 4, isn't it? Moi had a couple, isn't it? Kibaki had 3 actually. Kibaki had Wamalwa, Muda Awori,
then Kalonzo Musyoka.
And then Kalonzo Musyoka. So Ruto has not broken, but also Trump, if he wins the election, will also have 2 deputies. So it is an interesting parallel to draw. But nevertheless, even if I may not be in Kenya Kwanza, allow me to take this time, because even when we play football and opponent has won, you still congratulate them. So let me take this chance also to congratulate Professor Kindiki. The top is very educated. Dr. William Ruto, Professor Kindiki. Let us see that translate into results.
I'm hoping that. I want to give you a few seconds to make your opening statements on the on this particular what you are experiencing today, because I do want to take what is happening on the ground. Welcome once again, Wakili Dedan Chege on the program. Let me ask you, what do you make of the judgment that happened yesterday that now paved the way for what you're experiencing today?
Thank you, Brian. The judgment is when the courts make a pronouncement, there are 2 things that follows. It's either you agree with the pronouncement or you do not agree with the pronouncement. Now, if you do not agree with the pronouncement, then the only recourse that you have is to go to the court of the higher rank from where you had matters proceeding. So in this case, the High Court made a pronouncement. So the only thing that the dissatisfied litigants would do is to move to the Court of Appeal. Now, in terms of agreeing to the pronouncement, court orders must be complied with. So you have to comply with court pronouncements, and but that does not take away your right to critique such a pronouncement. Now, we have now two different sections of Kenyans. One that agrees and that's happy, one that's not happy and does not agree with what transpired yesterday. It is normal, it is expected. Now, in my personal opinion would be, you have, when the court says that there's a prima facie case in favor of the impeached deputy president Rigathi Gachagua, it follows therefore that the court would not be quick to now take away that right of the a litigant from reaping the benefits of such a prima facie. When there's a prima facie case, it means either way the court can agree with you or may not agree with you.
Okay,
now if you're
just a moment, we will come back and talk about that because I'm being told we need to cross over to Korea. When you come back, of course, I'm going to give you to get to make that particular point. Okay, not Korea, but Taita Taveta. So we want to cross over to Taita Taveta, where our reporter is on standby. I can see him on screen, of course, bringing us up to speed with that particular front. What are people of Taita saying as far as the impeachment and also the inauguration of Kindiki is concerned?
Thank you. Thank you. We are coming to you live from Taita Taveta County, Voi Sub-County, na ningeomba tuzungumze kwa Kiswahili ili hawa wanaozungumza pia waweze kuweza kujieleza kwa kirefu. Mtazamaji, tunahoji wenyeji wa Voi kuhusiana na masuala ambayo yanaendelea hii leo kumwapisha Kindiki, Mheshimiwa Kindiki, na pengine masuala ya siasa humu nchini. Kwa kifupi sana tueleze maoni yao. Anza na majina yako kisha utueleze.
Majina yangu ni Monica Mstiri Mwaviswa, mkaji wa Taita Taveta County, Voi Sub-County.
Naam, leo Mheshimiwa Kindiki anaapishwa kama naibu rais. Maoni yako ni gani kama Mkenya anayeishi Voi?
Maoni yangu ni kwamba atakapoapishwa afanye kazi inayostahili. Kwanza tukiangalia vile alipokuwa CS wa Interior, watoto wengi wetu walipoteza maisha. Na sasa amepandishwa cheo kuwa deputy president. Naomba ya kwamba akaweze kusikiza sauti ya mwananchi.
Naam, siasa zinapoendelea hivi sasa, unafikiria kwamba siku za usoni siasa unazionaje kama wewe pia Mkenya?
Mimi kama Mkenya na pia mwanasiasa, siasa za Kenya zimekuwa duni sana.
Shikilia hapo niongee na Mkenya mwingine hapa. Songa hapa karibu, nieleze majina yako na kisha unieleze maoni yako kuhusu sherehe za siku ya leo na pengine mtazamo wako wa kisiasa humu nchini.
Kwa majina anajulikana kama Jackson Lundi, mkaaji wa Taita Taveta. Mimi ni kijana hapa. Na kuapishwa kwa Kindiki haituhusu sisi kama wananchi, kwa sababu sisi tunataka maisha yakuwe maisha ya rais. Kwa sababu sahii watu wamekuwa wanafanya kazi pale ni wazee, vijana hatujatambulika, hatujapewa nafasi sisi kama vijana, na sisi ndo viungo vya kesho. Tukiomba tu serikali ile ambayo iko sahihi, kama Kindiki atakuwa vice president, basi asimame na tuone maisha kwamba yamebadilika. Manake sahihi tumekuwa maisha yamekuwa juu, vijana wanahangaika huku na chini, wengine wamesoma wako na makaratasi yao kwa nyumba lakini hakuna kazi. So tulikuwa tunaomba akiapishwa tu maisha yabadilike na maisha yakuwe chini. Asante.
Unafikiria kwamba kiti kimeondolewa kwa mlima kama watu wanavyosema kwa sababu ya Kindiki kuwepo pale kama naibu rais?
Naona kama kiti kimeondoka kwa mlima kwa sababu mambo yamekuwa mengi. Ni kama kuna wengi walikuwa wanang'ang'ania hii kiti, na ni kama mheshimiwa rais wetu ni kama alikuwa anang'ang'ana tu kiti kile king'oke pale mlimani.
Naam, asante kwa maoni yako. Tunapomaliza ujumbe wako kwa kina mama haswa wanasiasa humu nchini.
Kina mama ningeomba wajitokeze kwa wingi, maana uongozi wa kina mama tunaona ukiwa unafaa zaidi. Tukiangalia hata kutoka kwa majumba zetu. Mama ndio kila kitu.
Naam, asanteni sana. Ni maoni ya Wakenya. This was our time from Taita Taveta County, Voi Sub-County. I am Joel Mburia. To you in studio.
All right, thank you, Mburia, for bringing us up to speed with what the residents of Taita Taveta are saying. And I have to say, as far as the swearing in of Kindiki is concerned, because it has been a heavy political scene from the moment we started hearing of talks of impeachment in the country up to this particular moment, where now I believe this is what it has culminated to. Wakili, you are finishing your point in terms of what we experienced in the corridors of justice and what that means, and whether Gachagua did actually get the justice he deserved, or was he shortchanged?
So Brian, as I was explaining to you, the two sides of the coin in terms of a judgment having been delivered or a pronouncement having been delivered, for that matter, you see, Brian, when the court pronounces itself to existence of prima facie case, it therefore follows that you do not make final orders, because in the event that that case now proceeds and a judgment is given in the contrary, then you're setting a stage for what I would call a lacuna or a situation where we have orders, we have permanent order, we have final orders contradictory with temporary orders that had already been issued. Now, I'll take you to what Justice Mwongol in Kiruguya had, the orders that had been issued on the 18th of October, that pending the hearing and termination of this suit, and before a three-judge panel is constituted, we have preservatory orders restricting or restraining Professor Kindiki from being sworn in as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Okay. Now, we have a three-judge bench that has rightfully made a pronouncement that those orders be vacated, and then it says we have the jurisdiction to hear this matter to its final conclusion. Okay. So now, in the event that the court agrees with the Deputy President, the impeached Deputy President, then it pronounces that he was not properly impeached. Then what happens? We have a Deputy President that is already sworn in. Now, the court also mentioned the issue of timeline, that we shouldn't have a vacuum in the office of the Deputy President. Okay. So now, my reading of the Constitution, and I respectively that's why I respectively do disagree with the three-judge bench led by Justice Ogola, that the Constitution gives a timeline of 74 days, within which you have the transition process, within which before you swear in the incoming Deputy President. So when the court says, due to the constraints of time and due to avoid a situation where you have a vacuum in the office of the Deputy President, then we are vacating the orders previously issued. We will hear the matter. So the court is telling you, we will hear the matter. We might, in the long run, agree with the Deputy President. The impeached Deputy President. Then what happens? Then we have a Deputy President. We have Professor Kindiki Kidure as the Deputy President, who is already sworn in, and Rigathi Gachagua, whom the court might say was improperly impeached. Therefore, he be reinstated as the Deputy President. I'm looking at a situation where now we might have such a situation. Then what happens? Okay,
Dr. Fred, do you want to come in? Let me just say something. I agree with you. I don't agree with my namesake Ogola, because that brings, if at all we start hearing the case to conclusion, it is now rendered nugatory in law, means that is useless. And but let me talk about the practical side of this. It could be that Rigathi Gachagua has been improperly impeached, but impeached, the word, impeached. He's impeached, so he can't be Deputy President. And the court has no powers to order for reinstatement. I was a professor in Strathmore. Strathmore fired me wrongfully, isn't it? They cannot hold the case in court. They have said, let's agree out of court. But I'm not asking them to reinstate me. Just pay damages. So wrongfully impeached is now to lift out the burden of impeachment, can be done to him as a favor. Let him get his benefit, let him have a chance to run again, and then maybe he can be paid damages for that, or maybe given some security, whatever it is. Settling, like for example, wrongfully impeached but impeached. Okay. And then secondly, you've seen there's a briefcase there, written instruments. There's something about law. Now you are Brian, but when those instruments lift you up, it's difficult to be brought down, especially with the state machinery. Remember, who is in charge of this Gazette, Kenya Gazette? Is the state. Before it used to be Francis Mudaura when Kibaki was the president. Before you gazette anything, nothing is taken seriously. So who is in charge of that button for printing the Gazette newses? So the state played using its powers to outwit Rigathi. Remember, immediately that court pronounced, Musalia Mudavadi made today a public holiday. Can you go to court today? No,
you can't.
So there's a lot of outmaneuvers. You call it smart, but me, I would call it being vicious and being more of maneuvering, because you maneuver using the state instruments to get away from many things, isn't it? Okay. So the judiciary is independent, but the judiciary do not have any enforcing powers, and therefore they have used the lacuna in the constitution to make this happen. But I agree with you. I think Justice Ogola goes down as one of the justices who has not made any Solomonic decision on this one, because there is no hurry to make Kindiki president. There is no vacancy at the moment. And actually, he could assist the president as deputy. What we call de facto. De facto means that he could just help him do some things, represent him, but de jure means sworn in. That one could wait, because then you can create a constitutional crisis, if at all. Because Gachagua can, after the pronouncement that he was wrongfully dismissed, what if he goes to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court says he should be reinstated? But I've told you again, judiciary has no powers to reinstate anybody. Even if your employer fires you, the court can only talk about let's say the charges or the damages, but they cannot discuss. So just like impeachment.
So to some extent, this is totally done.
Yes, wrongful impeachment looks like an accident. You are driving your brand new Range Rover Sport on the road. Then a garbage truck hits you, isn't it? After it has hit you, your car is crashed. You can't tell them, get my car back to before the accident.
I want to understand.
That has taken place.
Then this process that is actually still in the corridors of justice, when it comes to its final conclusion, what do the results look like?
The most likely situation, and I think this is what I want to advise my brother Rigathi Gachagua, focus on lifting the burden of impeachment, because we are impeached.
Yes.
Impeachment is impeachment. Remember, also, if you look at the Constitution very well, the Constitution gives Senate a lot of powers on the impeachment.
Okay.
Yes, it gives them a lot of powers. In fact, the people who could save Rigathi easily was the Senate. Okay. Not even National Assembly. Right. So, in fact, the trial, it's called trial. You remember, in National Assembly, it's not a trial. In Senate, is a trial. And in fact, the Senate looks like a quasi-judiciary.
Okay. Okay.
So they could have gotten 1, 2 things wrong, but their intention was to impeach you, and the numbers came in. So Rigathi Gachagua is impeached. I said it the day he was impeached, that he is impeached. The only thing is to fight for burden of impeachment.
Okay. Let me come to you. What mishaps happened in the, that led to this particular fund before I take a report electing in Machakos?
What mishaps?
What happened, especially coming from Rigathi Gachagua? What mistakes happened on his front that led to this particular moment where now Kithure Kindiki seems like he's the man that is taking his job?
Now, the life of Rigathi Gachagua at the helm of the second in command office did not really go well with the boss then, that was William Ruto. They did not seem to agree in the work that was given to Rigathi as a principal assistant to the president. Rigathi looked at the position as a way of putting his house together and putting the mountain together. So it didn't go well with the boss, and it didn't go well with the people. So what does the law say about the office of the presidency? It says that it has to unite the country. And they found a way in which Rigathi was not really singing to the tune of the presidency. And that was one of the bases of the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua is a politician who did political science. He knew how to prosecute his case before the public, but he didn't know how to prosecute his case before the law courts. This was a political process. And a political process depends on the political players. If you do not sit well with your boss, that's politics. This case was not proven to that point whereby you say there is no other doubt that this case, this guy should go down. No, It is a political process. So this person had to go down. Okay. Another mistake that happened, which is quite unfortunate, is how he executed his cases through the law courts. How do you fail 26 cases? Or how many cases were they? 28!
No, some of them we haven't really started hearing them. So
I mean, you should even get one right.
Okay.
Get one right.
Okay. So it has been blow after blow. It has been blow after blow for him, and hopefully, because and that's why I was asking, Professor Fred, what the end will look like, because looking now at the process of impeachment, that whatever happened in the National Assembly all the way to the Senate, but we are coming back to talk about that, and I believe that Professor Kithure Kindiki, who is the Deputy President-elect at the moment, or nominee, is on his way to KICC for the swearing-in ceremony, and will be crossing over there later on to just get to hear what will be happening. Of course, the ceremony is supposed to be starting about 25 minutes from now, and of course we are here covering that for you at K24. But I want us to go to Machakos County, where electing Odera is on standby with the latest from that particular front as far as the views of Kenyans on the swearing in of Kithure Kindiki is concerned as the second in command. I don't know if you have electing on. Yes, selecting. How are you? And how is Machakos? What's the mood there? What are people saying?
I am good, Brian. Good morning. The mood is mixed reactions, actually, from different, from residents of Machakos County. So what are their views regarding the swearing in of Professor Kithure Kindiki? As you had mentioned, that he will be making his way to the KICC in the next 25 minutes. As the residents are waiting here, we want to hear their reactions. What do they make of these political unfoldings that they are now being marked in the books of history? It has never happened before. And Professor Kithure Kindiki becomes the third deputy president, if sworn in today, of the Republic of Kenya since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. So I want to indulge the residents of Machakos and get their views regarding this. And do some of them have hopes for Gachagua? And again, what positive message or what message do they have for Professor Kithure Kindiki as he awaits to be sworn in today? Good morning. Asante sana, uko live K24. Tunaona matukio ya kisiasa yanayotendeka katika taifa letu la Kenya. Professor Kithure Kindiki anaapishwa hii leo kuwa naibu rais wa 3 tangu kuzinduliwa tangu kuweza kupitishwa mchakato wa katiba yetu mwaka wa 2010. Wewe kama mkazi wa Machakos, maoni yako ni yapi?
Kwa majina naitwa Japeth Maundu Ngulu. Kwa maoni yangu nasema hivi, Gachagua hajatendewa kitendo cha haki, lakini tutakubali yaliyofanyika, na tunamsihi Rais Ruto afanye kazi na Kindiki, na tuko na imani na Kindiki kwa sababu ni mtoto wetu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Let me also engage another resident here, Brian. Good morning, David. We are seeing these political unfoldings happening in the country. Professor Kithure Kindiki is expected to be sworn in today after the High Court lifted the orders that were initially blocking the swearing in of Professor Kithure Kindiki. Wewe kama mkazi wa kaunti ya Machakos, maoni yako ni yapi?
Bwana Kindiki, tunamtakia tu kila laheri katika kuwa naibu wa rais. Tunachotarajia ni kwamba serikali ifanyie wananchi kazi. Gachagua tuliwachagua 2022 tukiamini kwamba watafika hii safari 2027, lakini jiani mambo imeenda tofauti. Kama kuna tofauti itatokea katika Gachagua kureact, pengine tuone pale 2027 ataunga mkono upande gani.
Kwa hivyo hii kesi yake inaendelea kotini, wewe utamweleza vipi?
Gachagua tukubali na tusonge mbele, tutakie Kenya amani na tungoje tu 2027, maana imekuwa hivyo. Serikali ikianza hii mkutano hapa na pale, wananchi watafanywa kazi. Tunachotarajia ni kwamba Kindiki ni Mkenya, afanyie wananchi kazi. Rais ni rais wa taifa lote, afanye kazi, na hasa huku chini tu feel kwamba tuna rais, tuna maendeleo, tumefikiwa.
they indeed want to feel the essence of devolution, even as we expect Professor Kindiki to take office. And then again, he has also supported the sentiments of one of your panelists there, Brian, Professor Fred Ogola, who says that the impeachment of Gachagua is just like an accident. It has already happened. So I want to engage you also. What are your expectations as we await for Professor Kindiki to take office as the third Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya under the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution?
Okay, first of all, I'm Ivan Sojala. Now, I'm not against the sworn-in of Professor Kithure Kindiki. But my issue is it really the right time? And if it is the right time, is it really fair to Rigathi Gachagua? Because I remember during the 2022 election, when they were preparing for the election, there are some consideration that these people looked at. Number one, the numbers. Number two, financial support. And Rigathi Gachagua gave in and provided all those necessary that made President William Ruto to be the President of the Republic of Kenya today. As we speak today, is there any plan to recover whatever Rigathi Gachagua invested in this government? Ama yote yameenda tu hivyo. Another thing, as a country, from the observation that we've been making, it has reached a moment where justice can be bought using money. Because I don't see if there is any part of Kenya that today that we can get some justice. Whenever we have a case in court, we don't always have hope, because the rich always take the day or carry the day. How? Rigathi Gachagua has been appealing in court, and they gave the orders. And I'm worried today that we are expecting Rigathi Gachagua to continue with this case afterwards, after Professor Kindiki has been sworn in, which I believe is not going to work. They are only trying to pass time. They are only trying to please Rigathi Gachagua. But at the end of the day, I believe there will be no justice. That is the country that we are living in.
Thank you so much, Brian. I still have some residents here who still needed to air in their views regarding the swearing in of Professor Kithure Kindiki, but unfortunately because of time, maybe we'll capture in their views and be used later in our news bulletins later in the day. So from Machakos County, I take you back to studio. My name is Electa Inodera.
All right, of course, live pictures from Machakos with the views of the residents. Although you can see on your screen, of course, a motorcade making its way to KICC for the swearing in of Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. I believe that is how power looks like, Dr. Fred.
Yeah, but power is very transient. It's very transient. Gachagua had a good ride. Actually, the day he was being sworn in, if you look at Thika Highway, he had 30 cars taking him to be sworn in. One person, yes, 30 cars. Now, how many cars does he have? You can answer that question later.
When he was leaving Karen Hospital,
there are four.
We saw one. I don't know if
power is terrible.
Why do you say terrible?
Man, you can get power today. You can be given power today. You saw the box written, the instruments of power. That box determines whether you are someone else today or not.
Okay. Does it get into people's mind when you have power that you can't, because one of the arguments that we saw in the corridors of justice is like, and I've seen people argue that, you want to tell me once this man assumes office and, later on we are like, how you were taken into office was actually illegal. Will he actually let it go?
Before Professor answers, now let's talk about the Treasury CS. Yeah. When he got into office, he became a totally different person because that instrument comes with bureaucracy. Okay. And it comes with the assistance and it comes with advisory council to these people. So people change on how they approach things. If you approach your things as an activist outside, you cannot be an activist in the office. So you have to play by the rules of that office. Kithure Kindiki is going to be a different person when he gets to the presidency. And he's going to try to be different from Gachagua.
Because he's been Interior Cabinet Secretary, and I think that is one of the offices that in this country we normally call super CS. I don't know.
But anyway, truth be said, that remember when Kibaki was fighting with Raila over which cabinet position to share, he was told that this one you cannot share with anybody. Because actually that is called in the office of the president.
Right, of course, what you can see there is Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President nominee. They're being received by, I believe, Matthew Wanjau, and yes, making his way, of course, to KICC for this particular event. Sworn in, and of course we can also see PS for Interior, that is Raymond Omolo, among other government officials. They are receiving the Deputy President nominee. Designate.
Actually, that is the team called the Assumption Office.
Assumption of Office.
So they're the ones in charge of making the Deputy President designate assume office rightly. Rightly.
And this team, when was it formed? Because the Gazette notice just came yesterday, and immediately the planning, the efficiency that we've been able to see. Let me
need to say something.
Speaking of efficiency, we've seen a very efficient government press. We've always had issues with the government press in terms of print publication of gazette notices. For those of us who practice, we've had issues with the succession petition gazettements. We have issues with the deed poll gazettements. But in this particular matter, the government printer has been very efficient, issuing press gazette notices one after the other in record time.
In another 20 minutes, another 10.
Brian, you know, when they say if someone wants to kick you out, they make sure they do it so swiftly that you not realize up until you are out. Gachagua did not see this coming, and partly I blame his handlers for not reading the mood of the country, because I believe there's so much that he would have done. The deputy president position, as Professor would tell you, is a very powerful position. You sit in the security committee, security council.
You are the president in waiting.
Yes, you have. When the president is out of the country, you are in charge of the country. You have so much power within you that I do not know what I think Gachagua was out there fighting illicit alcohol.
The easiest way to become president is to be deputy president. Tanzania was a case, isn't it? Moi is a case in Kenya, isn't it?
The deputy president, the current president.
Of course, and that's what we normally say. The deputy president is a president in waiting. I think we also did a story around that because you know, just a breath away from a breath away. I'd like to say that.
But there's something I want to say, Brand, regarding what he said. I would like to imagine that the deputy president, the so-called Rigathi Gachagua, was a politician from day one. He was never a corporate guy. Tell me which company he worked in. You know, for example, if someone worked in a corporate, isn't it? Like work in KCB, isn't it? You could see he worked somewhere. And remember, Uhuru Kenyatta even worked as the chairman of the Kenya Tourism Board. Also, he became a first-term president, a first-term MP, then a first term and two years deputy president. So there was something that was not very correct there. Remember, there's a time in the beginning we say, give Rigathi a mic, because anytime he held the mic, Kenya Kwanza looked worse. But he transitioned later and became much better. But I think maybe would say maybe you could have given more time. But of course, I can tell you, for me, what is the saddest thing? That's why I'm happy but not happy. Why I'm not happy is that, is this change going to put ugali on the table for Kenyans? Are we going to have a lower cost of living?
And I think that
are we going to have better healthcare?
That is the question a lot of people, a lot of Kenyans are asking.
Because my concern,
what next?
My concern is that William Ruto has not bothered about the issue of healthcare for Kenya. And now that Kindiki has to become a lapdog for him, he will not tell him otherwise. And remember that also something we are forgetting here, the drafters of 2010 Constitution so that the deputy president must be in the ballot with the president, because he can easily tell him, Mr. President, hapa ni kubaya, or hapa fanya hivi. But you see, if you just have a lapdog, then maybe you don't have someone helping you. Why do we get married? For complementarity. So if we look the same, we sing the same song, we're in the same choir, with the same WhatsApp group, then it becomes very difficult to help. They suffer what's called groupthink, whereby you have to think like me. So you might realize now, Kindiki, after becoming deputy president, he'll be talking like William Ruto probably, and maybe this is what the nation loses. So that's why sometimes you find
just
that...
a moment, Doctor. Of course, they are inside the KICC. We're seeing Professor Kithure Kindiki, of course, being directed by Secretary to the Cabinet, that is Mercy Wanjau, of course, then the Assumption of Office Committee, that is now, I believe, with the Deputy President designate, according to Professor Ogola. And just moments from now, of course, in about 10 minutes, the event will be starting, and we'll be seeing the swearing-in ceremony actually begin, whereby he will then be assuming office. Of course, we are here to just, you know, cover that and see how the kind of motorcade that he's come in with, and maybe the one that he's going to live out with, how that is going to change. I don't know. Maybe that is something that...
Yeah, so let me just finish my point. So according to me, what my prayer is this: can the deputy president designate surprise Kenyans? And then the task he has, will he look the Kenyan deputy president, because that's what Gachagua seemed to have failed from? Will he be loved in Mombasa, in Machakos, in Kisumu, in Eldoret? Will he be loved across the country? Will we help to unite and consolidate a country? Because Kenya, we need to be one. Will he remove the tag of the killer guy, because the internal security was the one who handled all the cases of post-election violence and the Gen Z revolution? Will he become the deputy president that can be embraced across the board, across all demographics, across all generations? And which fresh air will he bring to the office that Rigathi Gachagua was not able to bring? He's a lawyer, so that maybe gives him some bit of... Lawyers are taught even how to drink tea, how to take coffee, how to walk, how to laugh, how to dress, which is not the same as businessmen like Gachagua. Maybe there is something we are waiting for. Will he become a symbol of leadership that even young people can embrace and actually look at? Because for us, we used to learn Swahili from Moi. When we were in school, ukisikiza radio, Moi akisema mbaya, unajua that is how you should even answer your examinations. So our leaders should also be an example to young children, even to young people. So we want to see this change. For me, I believe I'm a pessimist for now, but I will be happy to be surprised.
What would the perfect deputy president look like? Because you see, and I want us to try and see the balancing act here. Because you're talking about a deputy president that to some extent should not outsmart the master, you know, your voice to some extent, people are like, you should be loyal and, you know, do not look like you're competing with your boss. But for you to win the public's attention and to, you know, their favor in most cases, then you have to address them and appear like, you know, you're what we normally see in the political front in this country. So, well, will that not be taken out of context and, you know, somebody say, the way he's addressing the masses to some extent seems like he's eyeing something in 2027 or 2032 and, you know, competing with his boss. How do you balance that particular act whereby you're a principal assistant to some extent, you need to sit down and say, okay, I will follow whatever the boss says, and also get to be a national figure that people look at and say, that is our deputy president?
From the short stint that Professor Kithure Kindiki has been the CS Interior, we have seen a lot of, in as much as there are negative aspects of his reign with the Gen Z, how he handled the Gen Z demonstrations and other issues that have come thereafter, we have seen him as a more of a hands-on person, someone who picks on assignments as handed over to him and delivered as per the expectation of the boss. So transiting to be the deputy president, we expect that he will take over, he will take on the same this challenge as exhibiting a lot of professionalism. He's what we would call a mature technocrat, someone who handles, as opposed to an idea, say, the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, who is seen as a mic person, someone who gets excited easily, and probably the heat of the moment would, make him make very unpopular pronouncements. With the professor has been quiet, laid off, and we've been seeing results after results. So I would give it to him.
This results after results, it depends with who you ask. You see, at times, and this is what I'm going to say. At times, and what covering the political front, what you see is what they want you to see, and there's the aspect of you must be seen like you're working.
Let me give you one before you throw it there. Let us look at the passport issue. I know now you are thinking. Let's look at how the passport processes, how it was being done in the country before Kithure Kindiki.
Okay.
Right now you can pick your passport after 3 days.
All right.
Right? Number two, let us look at how the machines of the police were procured on time for Baringo and for any other place. Let's look at also how the Maraga-led commission, which has given recommendation, what recommendations were given, and the police reforms that have taken place now. The media sometimes focuses on the negative issues. And now when I remind you, now you can see the light.
Okay, but you see,
Kithure has done well as an interior CS. And what he's coming to do now is to do the work of the presidency.
Okay. Let me ask you then, on what Professor Fred has been able to raise in terms of the kind of baggage and, that he's coming with in terms of the ministry that he led.
Yes.
And I know you want to point out, but you see.
Yes, go on.
When he led a ministry that oversaw what we saw, like the protests, and a lot of police brutality that was witnessed in the country. And when it comes to action being taken against that, we haven't seen as much. And to some extent, we've seen defenses trying to defend the actions of the police against the people that were taking to the streets.
Yes.
Will that not be part and parcel of his, CV as he transitions to now this particular office? Will that not come into question? People questioning him when he was at the helm of the Interior Ministry, and what happened to the country and how he handled that particular situation?
But this guy is not qualified to answer that question. Let me give him.
No. Who said I'm not qualified?
Let me give him.
Let me qualify myself, Professor.
Let me tell you how to think through it. You've just answered. Just give me a moment. For the family of Rex Masai, isn't it? When he sees Kithure Kindiki carrying the Bible, he's carrying the Bible with all the words of God there. For the families of the 750 people who died during the Gen Z protests, isn't it? For the people who have been abducted, who have disappeared, who cannot be seen anywhere, those mothers who have wept in a funeral. Let us not just see this power is being given. Let's look at those things that look small, but they're very important. For me, Fred Ogola sitting here, who has been in a cell 4 times for no reason, not charged, then left, who has been taken by the police, beaten in a car. You saw those things on my Twitter. Beaten thoroughly, denied food, isn't it? My car broken, keys thrown away. We are asking ourselves, so if you get elevated for that, are we elevating you to hell or to heaven? You see, this is the same question here. So according to me, I'm just saying, can he now surprise us? Even with all the pain I've suffered directly as Fred Ogola, Edgar has not gone to a cell, isn't it? But I'm saying, as someone who suffered directly, I'm asking, on behalf of the
national television,
Bob Njagi from Kitengela 3, isn't it? The Longton brothers who disappeared for 32 days. Do you know what it means to lose 32 days in a year? How do you feed a family if you are away from work? No, Wakili, you can say what you like. But Bob Njagi's wife was giving birth when Bob Njagi has disappeared until people believe he's dead. How does that woman feel about it? Let's not behave as if you're not human beings. We have feelings, and we feel this. I actually told people, I'm not doing activism anymore. I'm offering leadership, and this is a leadership question. So the question for leadership for Kithure Kindiki, will he come and say, guys, I'm sorry for what happened, isn't it? Give me a chance in this office and we'll see how I can actually be able to transform things here. The person taking over, what is he handing over from? But the other question missing, should Gachagua come and hand over to Kindiki also as he takes over? Because if there's nothing to hand over, then what is Deputy President's office? So there are many questions here, Brian, that we have to ask. But to the people who have suffered police brutality, how do they feel? It's not about what you think as a scholar, but how do they feel? Can you feel their shoes? Empathy is called that, isn't it? How do they feel? Because it's not about me. Me, I never lost a relative because of this. I didn't die myself. That's why I'm here. But the people who died, the people who lost relative, you know, one person dies, do you know that 500,000 people are affected? One person. Just look at the village. People know him. He went to school with, they work with, they graze with, they ate with, they ran with. So those people have a feeling. And I'm trying to say that this is the time now that, as I said, there's going to be some quietness now. The issues about Gachagua not making headlines. Let the headlines start being good headlines. The office of the president being in charge of transforming the education sector, transforming the healthcare, isn't it? Supporting the president on the issue of cost of living, supporting the president of police reforms. When we hear these things, I'll say, even if I'm a pessimist, give everybody a chance. I can't say I'm a wrong person, but also if he can't do it, why take the Bible today? Because Gachagua took the Bible. Gachagua office has no record of a single delivery. Of course, you can say he was assisting the president. The president said he didn't assist me. So if we thought that he didn't, the president said he didn't assist me, you're actually derailing me. So Gachagua has no single legacy in his office, if that was happened. But he has got a legacy of mobilizing people, of talking about Murema, one man, one vote, all those things, isn't it? But the real thing he was supposed to do, did he assist the president? On one occasion, the first assignment in office was to fight drought, where he flagged so many food going to the North Horn, isn't it? After that, there's nothing else is done. And that assignment was 1 month, then they were praying for rains, then rains came. So according to me, we should look at this guy's CV objectively. The issue of passport, UPI, the Maisha number, it was a scam where we sank 17 billion shillings on something which exists in Odoma number. I went to court about it. Wakili, you are aware about that case in court. So even if you talk about passport being streamlined, isn't it? Let us also be objective. You know, I like Kindiki as a scholar. So he listens to scholarly discussion also. So let us not just whip him that he's doing well. According to me, a lot has been done. And a lot more needs to be done. Okay, so
Wakili Dedan, let me bring you here. Some of the, and what I'm saying in terms of the kind of CV, and you see Professor Ogolla here is one of the people that are, you know, firsthand, has to, you know, suffer firsthand when it comes to brutality. We're able to see that. We've covered him on that particular front, especially with the Maandamano thing that has been happening in the country. And he holds the holder of that particular office responsible for the actions that were meted against him and other people that had taken to the streets to protest. Then when the cabinet secretary was, you know, before the house, to some extent said, you see, I'm the kind of person that makes you know, on the issue of policy, but when it comes to orders and whatever happens on the other front, that is not me. So who then takes responsibility for the actions of the police, because now we are like, it falls under his ministry? What happens there?
The head, precisely the head. When the professor was the CS Interior, he was acting in his capacity as a CS, but working on and for and on behalf of his boss. Who was his boss? The President of the Republic of Kenya. So whatever Kithure Kindiki and his police machinery and the police, government agencies, police agencies, whatever mess they caused in this country, it has to trickle down to the President of the Republic of Kenya.
That brings me to my something else that is happening in the nation, and that has to be the rising cases of abductions that we're actually witnessing. Where do these fall? Do they fall under this docket?
Brian, we had an incident where the then acting IG had been summoned, and actually warrants of arrest had been issued for his arrest for not complying with express court orders. And they all confirmed, including the CS himself, Professor Kindiki, and the IG, that there are no abductions. The said individuals that you are saying are in our custody. They are not in our custody. Then when the pressure mounted, so much pressure mounted, and he had shown up in court, the same day, the said police government agencies released the said individuals. So confirming that indeed we knew what we were saying, you had these individuals were in your custody. So you cannot therefore separate the CS interior, the police fraternity, and the President of the Republic of Kenya. It is a team, including the Deputy President. But he has been telling us he was taken off the diary, so probably we might exclude him from that discussion. But however, Brian, what I'm looking at, and what we have not seen with the Deputy President, with the impeached Deputy President, is a foreign policy aspect. I'm thinking with Kindure Kindiki's experience, we will see him more out there, not only within the country, but beyond our borders. We have only been seeing the president. He's been, at some point, he's been termed the flying president. But we expect from going forward, we expect him to give, to delegate some of that foreign policy agenda to his deputy, and I expect, I don't know if Professor would agree with me, but I think the president did not trust his deputy, his former deputy, to the extent of allowing him to interact with the foreign dignitaries. We've not seen him attend any of the foreign missions that. So we expect we expect at this point now he'll be sending Professor more often. That I expect, because
so you're saying
the aura of the deputy president,
when the king pays a visit once again, we shouldn't send the deputy president. Let me give you an opportunity to respond before I cross over to the KICC, because it's 10 a.m. and I believe the function is about to start any moment from now.
Yes, Kithure Kindiki is coming in with a baggage, first before Kenyans, because he has overseen a ministry which has seen protests over the country, across the country, and what we call kidnappings and disappearance and abductions, and the deaths of innocent Kenyans in the streets when they were demonstrating. That seat of the Interior Ministry is a very hot seat. Matiang'i also oversaw the same. The Maasai General also saw the same. This seat puts you in a position whereby you have to answer to the things that are grave and that are big. Now Kithure Kindiki has to come out clean on what really happened inside that office. Because families need to be compensated. Because life cannot be returned. You know, it is a very sorry state that people buried their children, that parents also died. You know?
So what you're saying is that even if there are some good things that happened in his office, as far as what you're mentioning, then we should not be blind to the ills that were, were committed under his reign.
And the commissions which investigate such atrocities should work and assist the country to have closure with this, because once you bury a mistake, then it doesn't get buried. It still comes back. So we need to have closure in this, and we need to have investigating agencies going through this, and people must take responsibility of their actions while in office.
And Professor Fred, I want to cross over, but somebody will argue and say, in a mature democracy, we would have seen people say, okay, no, I'm not going to take that because of what I'm coming with and the questions that have been, people are raising. But what happens even after closure? Then nobody takes responsibility. Even the morality aspect of it does not even come to question.
Yeah, according to me, we will never have all these things until we have the right person. No, they are acting on somebody's behalf. If your boss is the devil, you don't expect to do heavenly things. And if your boss is God, then we expect virtuous action. So your boss compromises what you can and what you can't do. How moral you are or immoral you are depends on who is your boss. That's why we said leadership comes from the top, fish rolls from the top, corruption or lack of it falls with the force of gravity. If your boss is corrupt, are you expecting to be clean? A few people manage people like Martin Odorotena when there was PS in Treasury under Moi. But those are very isolated cases. They had good character or something like that. But this was under the dream team being protected by Leakey. Helped them actually to shield them against the Moi regime. But we didn't have this structure. Your boss gives you information, and then, Wakili, you have to remember something special about Kindiki's position. That position is called in the office of the president. That's why your office actually is in the presidency. So you are doing security on behalf of the presidency. These abduction, the rest were being done from that office. So maybe what you can say, his office did them, but did he do anything to at least mitigate anything? None. So this is the question you can ask. What, if you were there, Brian, could it be better? Or if, for example, Wakili Edgar was there, could it be better? Those are the questions we're asking. But he didn't stand with the people. He stood with the president, and I expect his deputy presidency also to be more concerned about doing things for the president. That's why I'm asking the question. Is he the deputy president for Kenyans or for his boss who has appointed him and is going to act in the best interest of Kenyans or the best interest of his boss? That is the main question here. And I can tell you, the moods in the country, if you can read it, and the choice of the location of KCC is because the ground doesn't look very good. They could have taken it to Kasarani.
Now, of course, we want to cross over to the KICC. What you're seeing on the screen, of course, Chief Justice Martha Koome making her way to the swearing-in venue. That is the KICC, and of course, accompanied by Attorney General, that is Dorcas Otur. All right, we cross over to KICC. Let's listen into what is happening on that particular front.
Namuona pale the Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, Martha Koome. Wapi shangwe yake akiingia? Wakiwa pamoja na the AG, the Attorney General, na pia namuona pale Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Honorable Frida, wakiwa wamekuja moja kwa moja. Namuona pia Prime Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi pia amefika. Anaendelea kuwaamkua wageni pale akienda kuchukua kiti chake katika jukwaa rasmi. Pia namuona Head of Public Service, Honorable Felix Koske amefika. Na pia anaamkua wageni kabla achukue kiti chake rasmi. Haya basi, kwa umbali naona the Deputy President Designate. Kwa umbali namuona pale. Tuko tayari kumkaribisha Tuko tayari kumkaribisha. Tuko tayari. Kwa mwendo wa aste aste. Namuona akija. Basi ndio huyo Deputy President Designate wakiwa wameshikana mikono moja kwa moja na Dr. Joyce Kithure. Kweli ametenda. Tuimbe Emmanueli ame. Basi ndio huyo tunamwona Deputy President Designate Professor Kithure Kindiki wakiwa moja kwa moja na Dr. Joyce Gateria Kithure. Wamefika siku njema leo. Wakenya tuwakaribishe kwa shangwe. Shangwe ya Deputy President Designate. Karibu. Karibu. Wale ambao tuko na viti tunaweza tukaketi. Naona watu wa Mbwekse.
Naomba wimbo Mimi ni Mkenya Daima.
Haya basi, tunaendelea kungojea Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ambaye atawasili hivi karibuni, lakini tayari sherehe imeanza. Naona
yako amefika. Bosi yako amefika. Sawa.
Naomba sote tusimame kumkaribisha Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Tumkaribishe Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya wakiwa pamoja na Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Naomba sote tusimame wima sasa. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Let us all now be at a standstill. We are going to start with the Kenyan national anthem, followed by the East African anthem. The Kenyan national anthem. With your permission, Your Excellency, I request to remain standing. We'll start with two prayers. Our first prayer will be led by Isaiah Deye, Presiding Bishop of the Methodist Church in Kenya, and Sheikh Athman Shami. Tutaanza na Bishop Deye.
As a nation, before we pray, let us be guided by the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi as follows. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled, but to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. It is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, we come before you on this day of new beginnings with hearts full of your gratitude. As we inaugurate our new Deputy President, Professor Kindiki, we seek your guidance, protection, and blessings over him and our beloved nation. Lord, we lift up our President and his deputy to you. Grant them your wisdom, knowledge, understanding, courage, and a heart of a servant to lead Kenya with justice and compassion. Surround them with your presence and guide their every decision for the good of all Kenyans. Lord God, we also bring before you their families to continue supporting them throughout this journey. May they be strengthened, protected, and be filled with your peace. Let their homes be places of comfort and rest, where love and unity prevail. We thank you. We pray for the cabinet and all who will serve alongside our leaders. May they act with integrity and wisdom, committed to the welfare of our people. Give them hearts to serve selflessly, work together in unity for the progress of Kenya. Lord, we pray that you continue to bless Kenya with peace and prosperity. May our leaders inspire unity and love among our people and help build a nation rooted in justice, truth, and respect for all. We pray for every Kenyan to experience your blessings of peace and opportunities in this land that we love, that we call Kenya. Lord, in this new chapter, may your hand guide us and keep us. May Kenya shine as a beacon of hope and progress under your care. God bless all our leaders. God bless bless Kenyans. God bless Kenya. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we pray and believe. Amen.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all gratitude and thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless our beloved president. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless our deputy president designate. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give them the energy to succeed in their endeavors. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to rain on them these bounties, mercy, and blessings. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue to protect our president and our deputy president designate and ease in their affairs. Moreover, may Allah bless this country, nourish it with his blessings and fill it with peace. We also ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless everyone who took part in the success of this event. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless our beloved country and our able leaders. Finally, we send salutations to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May Allah accept our prayers. Amen.
Naomba tuweze kuketi tafadhali. Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. Your Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady of this great nation. Your Excellency, Honorable Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President Designate. Your Excellency, Dr. Joyce Gatiria Kithure, spouse to the Deputy President Designate. Your Excellency, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Amason Kingi, Speaker of the Senate. The Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice Martha Koome. The Chief of Defense Forces, Honorable the Attorney General, Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Honorable Governors, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, wananchi wote walio hapa na wale wanatazama kutoka runinga na mahali popote walipo. Your Excellency, sir, with your permission, allow me to now invite the Head of Public Service, Honorable Felix Koskei, to proceed with the program. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali akija. Honorable Felix Koskei, karibu.
Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the Deputy President Designate, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Speakers of both Houses of Parliament, Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Your Ladyship, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Attorney General, all Cabinet Secretaries, all county governors led by the Chairperson of the Council of Governors, all members of Parliament as led by the majority leaders from both houses, all principal secretaries, chairpersons and members of the constitutional commissions, holders of constitutional and independent offices, the chairperson and CEOs of all state corporations, the diplomatic corps, the clergy, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, we are convened this morning to witness the swearing in of the third Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya in accordance with Article 148 of the Constitution. This ceremony marks a new chapter in our constitutional journey as necessitated by the operation of Article 149 of the Constitution. The vacancy in the office of the Deputy President arose on the 17th October 2024 as a consequence of the Senate's resolution pursuant to Article 150 of the Constitution. This resolution was formally notified to the public through Kenya Gazette Notice number 13400 of 2024. To steer the transition in the office of the Deputy President, His Excellency the President nominated Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, for confirmation as the next Deputy President of the Republic through a vote by the National Assembly in accordance with Article 149(1) of the Constitution. The National Assembly confirmed Honorable Kithure Kindiki as Deputy President designate by an affirmative vote. This resolution of the August House was transmitted by the Speaker of the National Assembly to our Ladyship, the Chief Justice, with a copy to His Excellency the President. Subsequently, legal proceedings were initiated, leading to interim orders being issued on the 18th October 2024, temporarily barring the Deputy President designate from assuming office. On October 31st, 2024, a three-judge bench of the High Court, sitting in Nairobi, vacated those interim orders, thus paving the way for the Deputy President designate assumption of office. To facilitate this significant transition, representatives of the three arms of government convened under the auspices of the assumption of the Office of the Deputy President Committee as notified through Kenya Gazette Notice number 14098 of 2024. In carrying out its mandate, and with due regard to the constitutional imperatives and the consequence of the Office of the Deputy President within the Executive, the Assumption of Office Committee resolved to hold the swearing-in ceremony today, being Friday, 1st November, in the year of our Lord 2024. To ensure that this occasion could be observed by all Kenyans, the committee further recommended that in line with Section 12 of the Assumption of Office of the President Act, the day of this swearing-in be designated a public holiday of general observance throughout the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, with the constitutional prerequisites for the assumption of the office of the Deputy President having been fully discharged by the legislature and the executive, we note that Article 148(4) of the Constitution that obligates that, and I quote, the swearing in of the Deputy President-elect shall be before the Chief Justice, or in the absence of the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and in public. Now, therefore, as the convener of the Assumption of Office of the Deputy President Committee, and with the gracious presence of our Ladyship, the Chief Justice, it is now my humble duty to commit the remainder of this program to the judiciary. With your Excellency's kind permission, sir, may I now invite the judiciary to lead us into the next phase of these day's proceedings. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are all kindly requested to rise up on your feet for the observance of the official judiciary protocols and formal commencement of the judiciary part of the swearing-in ceremony. I thank you, Your Excellency.
May I request us to be upstanding, to remain upstanding? Your Excellency the President, Honorable Chief Justice, this is the official swearing-in ceremony of the Deputy President Designate. To commence the swearing-in proceedings, I request that the judiciary mace be placed on its position. The mace is being placed on its position by Honorable Sharon Mwayuli, Principal Magistrate in the judiciary. Placing the mace on its position signals that the proceedings have officially commenced. You may kindly take your seats. I now invite Honorable Winfrida Boyani Mokaya, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, to take her position at the swearing-in arena and to administer the oath of allegiance and the oath of due execution of office of the Deputy President. Welcome, Honorable Chief Registrar.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Justice Martha Koome, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before commencing the proceedings, may I request the Honorable Chief Justice to take her position in the arena. The Constitution of Kenya provides that where a vacancy arises in the office of the Deputy President, the President shall nominate a person to fill the vacancy within 14 days of the vacancy arising, and the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination within 60 days. Vide a special gazette notice number 13401, dated and published on 18th October 2024, the Speaker of the National Assembly notified the public that the National Assembly, at its sitting held on Friday, 18th October 2024, voted in favor of the nomination of Professor Kindiki to fill the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Article 74 of the Constitution provides that before assuming a state office, acting in a state office, or performing any functions of a state office, a person shall take and subscribe the oath of affirmation of office in the manner and form prescribed by the third schedule to the Constitution or under an Act of Parliament. Further, Article 148(5) requires that a Deputy President assumes office by taking and subscribing to the oath or affirmation of allegiance and the oath or affirmation for the execution of the functions of the office as prescribed in the third schedule to the Constitution. The oaths prescribed in the third schedule to the Constitution are to be taken by the Deputy President before the Chief Justice. May I now call upon the Deputy President designate, Professor Kindiki, to take his place and take the prescribed oaths. Yes. Okay. Okay.
May I request the spouse? May I request the spouse of the Deputy President designate to come forward?
Mr. Deputy President designate, I shall commence with the administration of the first oath, which is the oath of allegiance of the Deputy President. Kindly repeat after me. I,
Kindiki,
in full realization of the high calling, I assume as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya,
and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya,
that I will obey,
that I will obey,
preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of Kenya,
and defend this Constitution of Kenya,
as by law established, and all other laws of the Republic,
and all other laws of the Republic,
and that I will protect, and uphold,
the
sovereignty, integrity, and dignity of the people of Kenya. So help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Deputy President Designate, I shall now administer the oath of due execution of office for the Deputy President. Kindly repeat after me. I,
Kithure Kindiki,
do swear that I will always truly and diligently serve the people of Kenya and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, that I will diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office to the best of my judgment, that I will at all times when so required faithfully and truly give my counsel and advice to the President of the Republic of Kenya, that I will do justice to all without fear, favor, affection, or ill will, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal such matters as shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy. So help me God.
So help me God.
Having taken the oath of Having taken the two oaths of office, His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is now proceeding to the ceremonial table to append his signature to the two oaths, that is the oath of allegiance and the oath of execution of office of the Deputy President. The Deputy President will be guided on signing the two oaths by the Attorney General. His Excellency, the Deputy President, will be signing 3 copies of each oath. The first set of oaths will be retained by His Excellency, the Deputy President, as a solemn reminder of the commitment he has made here today. The second set will be handed over to the Head of Public Service for custody. And the third set will be retained by the judiciary. The oath of allegiance, ladies and gentlemen, is an oath that His Excellency the Deputy President will be faithful and will bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, and that he will also protect and defend the Constitution of Kenya. The second oath, His Excellency the Deputy President has committed to execute his duties diligently and perform his functions according to the law. The Chief Registrar will now transmit the oaths to the Honorable Chief Justice, who will also append her signature to the two oaths, 3 copies each. Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, will be countersigning against the signature by His Excellency the Deputy President. Once the Chief Justice has appended her signature, the seal of the Chief Justice will be affixed on each of the oaths by the court officials. May I kindly invite the Honorable Chief Justice and His Excellency the Deputy President to stand in front of the maze for presentation of the oaths to the public. The Honorable Chief Registrar will be handing over the oaths to the Honorable Chief Justice, who will in turn hand them to His Excellency the Deputy President. May I ask His Excellency the Deputy President and Her Ladyship the Chief Justice to take their seats as they hand over the oaths to the Honorable Attorney General. May I call upon the Head of Public, Your Excellency, you may take your seat. Honorable Chief Justice, please, you may take your seat. At this point, I wish to call upon the Head of Public Service to receive the oaths from the Chief Registrar for safe custody. As I mentioned earlier, 1 copy will be handed over to His Excellency the Deputy President, another will be retained by the judiciary, and 1 copy will be handed over to the Head of Public Service for safe custody. Thank you.
But there's another. That's all.
They're both there, yes. At this point, of the program, may I invite His Excellency the President to hand over a ceremonial copy of the Constitution of Kenya to His Excellency the Deputy President, Professor Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency. His Excellency the President is handing over the Constitution to His Excellency the Deputy President. Your Excellencies, if you could remain on stage for a brief photo session to commemorate this event. The first photo will feature His Excellency the President and His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you. What happened? What is the May I invite, thank you. May I now invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, to join in the second photo.
We may take our seats. We may take our seats for the sake of the cameras
I now
behind you. We
invite
may take our seats, please.
the Honorable Chief Registrar and the Honorable Attorney General to join in the next photo. All right. For the second last photo, I kindly request Her Excellency the spouse of the Deputy President, Dr. Joyce Kithure, and Her Excellency the First Lady, Rachel Ruto, to join in the fourth photo, with the request that the Honorable Chief Justice remains in this photo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. For the final photo, we have His Excellency the President, His Excellency the Deputy President, Her Excellency the First Lady, and Her Excellency the spouse of the Deputy President. I request the Chief Justice to please take her seat. Thank you, Honorable Chief Justice. Thank you, Your Excellencies. You may now resume your seats. I also request the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Chief Registrar, and the Honorable Attorney General to also resume their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of our ceremony, I would like to ask us to remain upstanding for the lowering of the mace. This marks the end of the swearing-in segment of the program. I wish now to hand over to the Master of Ceremony to continue with the rest of the program. I thank you.
Tupigie Judiciary makofi tafadhali for a job well done. Let's also take this opportunity to give a warm round of applause to the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Your Excellency, sir, we'll have a short interlude of music before we proceed to the next part of the program. I'll request that we take our seats as we will have now the State House Choir give us a song before we proceed to the next part of the program. State House Choir, uwanja ni wenyu. Na kama uko na bendera, sisi ni wa Kenya daima. Ndio huo wimbo. Kama uko na bendera tuipeperushe tafadhali kama Wakenya daima. Tusimame, tushangilie. As patriots of this country, this is a song we can all participate. Mimi ni Mkenya daima. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Wenzangu Kenya kipenzi chetu. Hatutaiacha milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Na tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Tushangilie Kenya taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda daima. Tuwashangilie tafadhali. Asanteni sana State House Choir kwa huyo wimbo. Naomba tuweze kuketi. Mheshimiwa Rais, sasa naomba unikubalie nimwalike His Excellency the Prime Cabinet Secretary Honorable Musalia Mudavadi to make his remarks. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali akija katika jukwaa.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Madam Rachel Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kindiki Kithure, Your Excellency, Madam Joyce Kithure, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate, leaders of our forces, members of Cabinet, the Governor of Nairobi, members of the legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the diplomatic corps present, na Wakenya wote, hamjambo. Hamujambo. Your Excellency, let me take this opportunity to be among the first to congratulate Professor Kindiki Kithure on his elevation to the position of Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. He has now shed off the word designate. He is now substantive. And we all congratulate you and your family for this very honorable position that His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya has assigned you. And we wish you Godspeed, God's help, good health, and all the wisdom so that you can discharge your responsibilities with excellence. Your Excellency, we are gathered here on a bright morning, bright sunny morning. And I just want to draw the symbolism of where we are. We are on the grounds of KICC, Kenyatta International Conference Center grounds. On my right is the judiciary. On my left is the legislature. In front of me is the symbol of the capital, and behind us is the symbolism of the executive. Your Excellency, we stand here proudly as a nation to actually show and to prove to the Kenyans who ushered in the 2010 Constitution with a 70% majority, and to the international community, that our institutions work. I would like to repeat that our institutions work. There may be challenges. The wheels may take a little longer to turn, but at the end of the day, the legislature has done its bit, the judiciary has done its bit, everybody gets a chance to be heard if they are aggrieved, and finally, the executive can move on. We are a country that respects the rule of law. Finally, Your Excellency, I think it is important for us to reflect on the journey ahead. We have had a tumultuous 2 years, and there are moments that Kenyans have accused us of having removed our eyes off the ball. This is a moment, a great moment, for us to retrace our steps, get together, have a unity of purpose, have the resolve and the will, and to focus so that we can deliver for the Kenyan people as they requested us to do when they cast their vote 2 years ago. In Professor Kindiki, we see a lot of virtue, but perhaps the one I may want to single out is the virtue of humility. And simplicity. He does not walk around with airs around him. This is a very important virtue. If, as a nation, we can embrace humility, we will go far. If you disregard humility, it can be very expensive. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to ask the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki, to come forward and make his remarks, and thereafter invite His Excellency the President to speak to us. Makofi tafadhali.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, Your Excellency, First Lady Mama Rachel Ruto, all protocols as already established, I ride on them. No arms of government or agencies, and the representations of foreign and friendly countries present. Your Excellency, sir, words fail me to explain how grateful I am today. I'll say that I am grateful to Almighty God who orders the steps and the affairs of every human being on earth. I am grateful to you, sir, for the honor you have given me to serve under you. Your Excellency, I've been your political student for nearly 20 years now, and nothing in the political space has helped me to pick up lessons more than the years that I have worked and served around you in various capacities. Therefore, Your Excellency, I'm grateful for the honor which you have given me. I promise you, before this congregation and before God, that I will not let you down for the privilege you have given me. Your Excellency, sir, in the same breath of gratitude, I am grateful to all the institutions who have facilitated this process, including the ceremony we are having today. And I want to agree with what my elder brother, His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi, has said. Whatever has happened in the last few weeks, and indeed in the recent past, is a testament of the maturity of our democracy, and is a testament that our institutions work. Your Excellency, sir, allow me, having thanked you, also to thank the very many people whom I have had an opportunity to learn from them. I may not enumerate all of them, but I've had the privilege of learning from so many great people. And even as we celebrate our Constitution and our democracy, I pay tribute to those who purposed to fight for and defend the establishment of our country and our constitutional order. I am grateful to those who are responsible for creating the Kenya that we live in today, in the past and in the present. I am grateful to those who fought for this Constitution, and I am grateful to all heroes of our country in the past and in the present. Your Excellency, I am grateful to this country for raising me. And I've had so many people to help me grow into who I am today. And therefore, as I discharge the burden that you have placed me, Your Excellency, the burden you have placed on my shoulders, I am grateful that I will discharge that burden with the benefit of having grown and continuing to grow under the feet of not just my father and mother who gave birth to me, but the many elders of their generation who helped me to shape and make me what I am today over time. I am truly grateful. Those who taught me in the formal and the informal setup. Your Excellency, I'm grateful to my family. With your permission, I want to pay tribute to 4 people who have made huge sacrifices, especially in the 14 years, 15 years or so I have been in politics. Before then, I had spent a decade in academia, and of course, I'm also grateful to the professors and the colleagues with whom we worked with. But allow me, Your Excellency, today, on a moment like this one, to thank my wonderful wife, Joyce Kithure, a woman who has sacrificed, a professional in her own right, but who has sacrificed to raise our 3 children, Imani, Neema, and Mwende. Many, many, many days and nights of my absence as I served the country in different roles. I am very grateful to my wife and the children for being the foundation and providing the support that I have always required as I navigate this difficult space of public service. Having finished with gratitude, Your Excellency, I'll say 2 things before I invite you. The first is to affirm that throughout my journey, culminating with this moment, I have come to believe that Kenya is the country of possibility. Your Excellency, for a person such as I to stand here today and take oath of the office of the Deputy President, it can only happen in Kenya. Your Excellency, I was born 52 years ago in one of the remotest parts of Kenya. But because Kenya is the land and the homeland of possibilities, today, I, perhaps the most unlikely person, is standing here today because Kenya has made it possible for anybody to become anything in this country. I don't take it for granted. And therefore, Your Excellency, as you lead us into the transformation of our country in the years ahead, I want to commit to support and assist you, together with the other colleagues in government, to realize a Kenya that has even greater opportunities, a more inclusive Kenya, a more democratic Kenya, and a more transformed Kenya. Your Excellency, I'm grateful because of the opportunity that Kenya provides for anyone to aspire to be anything. And therefore, there is no reason going forward why any person from anywhere, from whatever community, creed, religion, should not aspire to become anything in our country, because I am a testament that Kenya is the homeland of possibilities. Finally, Your Excellency, I have reflected on the words of the oath of office I have taken, both the oath of allegiance and also the oath for due execution of the functions of the office of the Deputy President. And in that regard, I want to commit to you as I end my remarks, I want to commit to you before this congregation and before the Almighty God, who is acknowledged in the Constitution, that I will serve under you and provide you with the assistance and support you require to take this country to the next level. I commit, I will be loyal and faithful. I will try the best of my ability to work hard together with the other colleagues to lighten the burden that you carry on your shoulders, Your Excellency. And therefore, I think for me, today is, if I may say so, a day when I have received the highest honor yet of my life. And I don't take that for granted. I want to pray that God will give me wisdom to do what I must. And to the colleagues whom we have worked with and will continue to work with, I want to say that I'll provide continuity so that we can be able to all work together and deliver for this country. I forgot, Your Excellency, to thank, when you gave me the task the last 2 years of serving in the Ministry of Interior, there are wonderful people whom I have worked with. Ngao, the police, the prisons, immigration, and all the departments and agencies in the Ministry of Interior. The little successes that we could have achieved, I attribute those successes to my colleagues. If there have been a few challenges, I take responsibility for those challenges. Your Excellency, with those many remarks, thank you very much for giving this privilege. And I now want to request that we be upstanding as we invite His Excellency President William Ruto to come and address us. Moja, mbili, tatu, ingine.
Asante sana. Tafadhali tunaweza kuketi chini. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Abraham Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Excellencies, Mr. Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker of the Senate, our sister, your leadership, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, members of the judiciary, members of the executive, members of the legislature, fellow Kenyans, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. Hebu mnisalimie hivyo hewani nione ndugu wa Kenya. I am proud to witness the swearing in of the Honorable Abraham Professor Kithure Kindiki as the third Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya under the 2010 Constitution. I know him as a dedicated professional whose commitment to excellence has helped us overcome daunting challenges
and as a tireless public servant on the path of national leadership. Abraham is also a patriot whose dedication to cohesion, national unity, and inclusivity is beyond reproach. An effective champion of peace and stability, and across every part of our country, and a loyal steward of our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, whom together with many others, we crafted to take our country to the next level. Over the past 2 decades, I have had the privilege to witness Professor Kindiki's work as a professor, litigation lawyer, consulting attorney, senator representing the Rakanidhi, majority leader of the Senate, deputy speaker of the Senate, the most recently as cabinet secretary. I can confirm that in all these roles, he has demonstrated exceptional dedication, high competence and professionalism, and consistently delivered results beyond expectations. Professor Kindiki is a highly qualified and outstanding scholar, advocate and public servant, whose career has been defined by exemplary achievements which demonstrate his vision for positive change and commitment to high standards of efficiency in the performance of his duties. At this stage of the implementation cycle of our national transformation agenda, the people of Kenya require a patriotic public servant and a consummate champion of our constitutional dispensation, our broad-based national governance framework, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda to support the cabinet and the presidency in delivering in full and on time. This moment calls for an individual who takes pride in a job well done and is humble enough to be a loyal servant of the people, and who is selfless enough to reach out and mobilize the entirety of government towards delivering for Kenya, experienced enough to understand the importance of engaging all sectors of our economy to drive transformation, and committed enough to serve professionally with loyalty and, most importantly, with integrity. I am delighted to affirm that our coalition, and indeed our nation, is blessed with many professionals who meet all these criteria. Among them, Abraham Kithure Kindiki stands out for his exceptional qualifications, extensive experience, and wide-ranging accomplishments. I am honored that he is available. He has told me he is ready, and I know he is willing to serve as my deputy. Professor, my young brother, let me call you Abraham K, or Abra K. Welcome to the service of this great nation, Kenya. And let me say this, I have heard you clearly when you took your oath of office and the oath for the due execution of your responsibilities as Deputy President. You have said 2 fundamental things in your oath. Kenyans were listening, I too was listening. You said that you will serve the people of Kenya and the Republic of Kenya. Abrake, please serve the people of Kenya and the Republic of Kenya. As I told our principal secretaries, as I told our cabinet secretaries, and as I tell every public servant who has a responsibility, who has a duty, who has the honor to serve our nation, let us serve the people of Kenya and the Republic of Kenya. We are not here to serve ourselves or our families or our communities or our regions or our villages. We are here to serve the Republic of Kenya and the people of Kenya. The second thing that you have said in your oath, I said in my oath, I listened to principal secretaries and cabinet secretaries and others. You have said you will serve without fear, without favor, without affection, and without ill will. My brother Abrake, I listened to you. The people of Kenya were listening to you. Serve without bias, without ill will, without favor, without affection, and without fear. So that together, the people of Kenya can know that their public servants, all of us, elected, appointed in different categories, shall know that we have one nation, one country, one people, and we are called upon by the Constitution of Kenya to serve them without bias, without fear, without favor. And let me undertake in this very historic national ceremony to the people of Kenya. And I say this as MCAs listen to me, as members of parliament listen to me, as members of the executive listen to me, those in the judiciary, and those in the executive, that the people of Kenya, it doesn't matter. Those who live near our oceans, near our lakes, in our mountains, in our valleys, in our arid and semi-arid areas, they are one people, one great nation called Kenya. And I want to commit, pledge, and undertake that we will serve the people of Kenya equally, and no part of Kenya, no community in Kenya, no section of Kenya, no region of Kenya shall be left behind. We are going to work together. I say this to our representatives. Every MCA knows that they were never voted by all the people in their ward. Every member of parliament knows the same, that they were never voted by all the people in their constituency. And so does my friends governors. They know that not everybody in their county voted for them. But they also know that they must serve all the people, whether they voted for them or did not vote for them. Professor, you and me have the honor to serve the people of Kenya. And as I have said before, we will serve the people of Kenya equally, those who voted for us and those who did not vote for us. The government of Kenya equally belongs to all the people of the Republic of Kenya. Let me also say the following, because this is a very important occasion. To underwrite that our judiciary works, that our legislature works, and we will make sure that our executive works and serves the people of Kenya. I know that we've gone through a journey, but in this journey, we have affirmed to both ourselves as the people of Kenya, to our friends, and to the international community, we have affirmed that Kenya is a constitutional democracy founded on the firm foundation of the rule of law. We believe in freedom, and we believe in making sure that no Kenyan and none of us is left behind. Today we stand here as a people, united, peaceful, because we are a democracy. We believe in our constitution. We believe in the rule of law, and we are a free people, and we make choices. Let me also say this. To all of us who are public servants, it doesn't matter at what level. To all of us, we are reminded on this very historic day that we serve at the pleasure of the people of Kenya, and we serve under the provisions of the law and the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. And that none of us, irrespective of the office we hold, is greater than what our Constitution says. We must obey, we must submit to the law and to the Constitution, because that is what makes us a nation. Let me say this as I conclude. We have made stride as a nation. Today, our savings as a percentage of our GDP is growing. We have changed and we have transformed our education system. Today, we have more teachers. We just announced another 20,000 teachers. We have a new funding model that is student-based, which we are refining to make sure that no child in Kenya is left behind. My dear Professor Kindiki, I need your voice. I need your intellect to help me and to help members of our cabinet to profile the things we are doing, to speak to the things that we are doing. I have almost become a lonely voice in the executive, especially in the presidency, speaking about our projects, speaking about our programs, elaborating on what we are doing. You are eloquent, my brother. You are intelligent, my brother. I am confident that you will do that which I have missed for the last 2 years. I know you will. We have a huge program on university funding and higher education funding. We have a huge program that today our farmers across Kenya have access to fertilizer. We have a huge program on expanding our irrigation. We have a big program on what we are doing. We need your voice, and we need the voice of those of us in the executive to provide leadership and to see to it that indeed we achieve what we wrote into our Constitution. Today, as we wrote in our Constitution, Kenya Power has turned around and today is a profitable company. So is KenGen, because of the stewardship that we have put in place. My brother, our manifesto is elaborate. Our manifesto is transformative. We are implementing it page by page, paragraph by paragraph, chapter by chapter, because we have to transform this great nation, and failure is not an option. We must. We have a big program on rural electrification to connect close to 300,000 homes across Kenya. I need your support. to the Ministry of Energy, who are doing a wonderful job in that exercise. We have a big program on markets across Kenya. We have a big program on housing across Kenya. Today, we have 160,000 people working in a housing program. By December, actually next month, we will begin to hand over the first 1,000 houses under our program, under the program that will make ordinary people, Mama Mboga and Boda Boda, pay 3,000 shillings every year and access housing in the Republic of Kenya. My brother, let me tell you, our universal health coverage is underway, with a bit of challenge initially, but now we are moving. And I want to tell the people of Kenya, we are going to transform this nation. And we have the team. And Professor, welcome to the team that is going to transform Kenya into a great nation that is going to make every Kenyan proud. Let me conclude by saying we have what it takes to transform the Republic of Kenya. And I am committed to making sure that whatever it takes, whatever decisions that have to be made, we will make them so that our nation can truly be transformed. As I talk to you, 10,000 young people are now engaged in climate works in Nairobi. We intend to take that in the next few months into 40 and 50,000 young people. And I commit to the people of the great city of Nairobi that we are going to clean the Nairobi River and we are going to transform it into a better, different causeway as we transform the city in the sun, the headquarters of the environment in the world, where we have UNEP in Nairobi. We're also going to roll out the program that will make sure that we tap into the private sector and make sure that we can work through public and private partnership to make sure that we roll out some of the urgent, important programs that are important for the transformation of our nation. Let me conclude by asking all of us, members of the legislature, members of the judiciary, especially our investigative institutions, to make sure that we ensure that public resources are used efficiently, effectively. I call upon the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the offices of the DCI, and the offices of the IG to work with the judiciary so that the corrupt can be firmly, decisively dealt with in the Republic of Kenya, and the citizens of the Republic can get their due in the expenditure of public resources. I know that of recent, we have seen incidences of our girls, our mothers, our women who have been murdered in cold blood. And let me say this, that the DCI and all the investigative authorities in the Republic of Kenya must stand up to these criminals, and we must deal decisively and firmly. And I want to ask us as a society to be careful with strangers, to be careful with people who lure our girls, our women into situations that compromise their security. But we must be on the lookout, all of us as a nation. This is yet another moment. This is yet another beginning And I am confident that we are going to take Kenya to the next level. Professor Kindiki, as you and all know, there is much to be done to fulfill our commitments and set our nation on the path to prosperity. I expect you to embark on your duties with dispatch and zeal. I wish you success as you begin your service in the high office you have assumed today. May God bless you. May God bless your family. And may God bless our great republic, the nation of Kenya. Asanteni sana, Mungu wabariki, na tutasonga mbele pamoja. Asanteni.
Naomba sote sasa tusimame wima kama ishara ya uzalendo wetu. Tumalizie kwa wimbo wa taifa. Wimbo wa taifa. Basi tusimame mahali tulipo tukimpatia rais nafasi ya kutoka katika starehe zake. Asanteni sana.
Tutamruhusu Mheshimiwa Rais aweze kuondoka na kisha Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais atafuata nyuma wakiandamana pamoja na viongozi wengine. Waruhusu kwanza viongozi wetu waweze kuondoka. Ambassadors, please kindly follow behind the leaders. All our vehicles are on our right. All ambassadors present, kindly find your way on our right. That is where your vehicles are parked. As we allow His Excellency and His entourage to leave, let's also allow ambassadors to follow. All our vehicles are parked on our far right. Waruhusu viongozi wetu waweze kuondoka. Alafu kisha wananchi tutapitia mlango wetu wa pale mbele opposite County Assembly. Asanteni sana wananchi, tunapowaruhusu viongozi wetu kuweza kuondoka. Wengine wote tutatumia lango lililo nyuma yetu kando ya ofisi ya gavana tukaweza kuondoka. Tunapowaruhusu wageni wetu kuweza kuondoka. All ambassadors, kindly follow on your right. That is where your vehicles are parked towards the next destination. May we allow all ambassadors to please exit through our far right. Your vehicles are parked on that end.
All right, 11:54. The function at the KICC is coming to an end. And now we have Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, of course, a function that has seen quite a number of people attend a speech by the now Deputy President and also the head of state. Right now, what you're seeing on your screen, of course, people just leaving the venue that has been used to swear in the second in command, who has been sworn in at exactly 10. He took the oath of office at around 10:50, and that was the time that he got sworn in. In under 2 hours, this function is over, and we have a deputy president in the office of the deputy president. Kithure Kindiki has taken the oath of office at this particular moment. Professor Ogolla, let me start with you. Let's start with the speech, with what you got to hear from Kithure Kindiki first.
Yeah, first of all, if you compare to the former deputy president, now we can say former, Rigathi Gachagua, the new deputy president wanted to show the opposite, because you cannot walk the path that made him leave office. He was walking another path. And his message was full of loyalty, but for me, that didn't move me the most. What moved me that is a positive thing about the professor, he took time to thank the people he worked with. He took time to be grateful to people he worked with. So,
so Prof, I'll cut you short because I want to cross over to David Kagina, who is at the KICC, for an update and the latest as far as this swearing in is concerned. David Kagina, we have a new deputy president at the moment. Kithure Kindiki is the second in command. You've been there witnessing the whole event. Bring us up to speed on the latest.
Him achieve the next level in terms of administration and even the government, achieving the government agenda. Kithure Kindiki has also mentioned that he is willing and up to task to lighten the burden of the president, the burden carried on the shoulders of the president in delivering his mandate. He has also said that he is not taking it for granted that the president did nominate him to take over from his predecessor after the impeachment process. Remember, Kithure Kindiki was one of the highly contesting people for the post of the deputy president and the run-up to the 2022 general election, and therefore 1st of November 2024 marks a dream come true for the 52-year-old law professor. And in his speech, President William Ruto has mentioned that he was indeed proud to be witnessing the swearing in of Kithure Kindiki as his deputy president, mentioning that he knows him for over 2 decades as a person who is a dedicated professional, a patriot, dedicated to cohesion and unity, peace as well as stability. He has also mentioned that he has watched and observed from a distance as Kithure Kindiki demonstrated exceptional dedication. He has also mentioned in his now deputy, as someone who is highly qualified and an outstanding scholar. He has also mentioned him as someone who is humble, selfless, and reiterating again on the experience that Kindiki has. He has also mentioned and directed his deputy, like he had just mentioned in his speech, that he indeed ought to serve Kenya as a whole, throwing jabs at the former deputy Rigathi Gachagua, who among other grounds was impeached for sidelining other parts of the country in what was termed as Murima. And the president did not hold back from mentioning that and reiterating over and over again, reminding elected leaders all the way from members of the county assembly to the members of parliament to other leaders within the leadership public service that indeed their role is to serve the public regardless of where they're from. The president was categorically mentioning that they should not be discriminated, whether they come from the sides of the ocean, whether they come from the sides of the lake, or whether they come from the mountain. Remember, Rigathi Gachagua was known for the phrase Murima, which are part of what was presented in Parliament as evidence as to why he ought to be impeached. The president was also adamant to mention that he should, leaders who take on the elective post and also public service, as well as to his deputy Kithure Kindiki, that he is confident that Kithure Kindiki will deliver what he says he has been missing for the last 2 years. The president appeared to be complaining that for the past 2 years he was left to be the solo voice championing for the rights, and not just rights, but also the agenda of his government. And now he says what he has been missing for the 2 years, he is confident that Kithure Kindiki, who he has mentioned also as an eloquent man, will be able to speak into and ensure that they have an extra voice speaking on what the government ought to deliver. Remember, the president has also highlighted the issues of people, the cases of loss of lives that we've been witnessing recently in the country, calling on the DCI to take action and ensure that those culpable are brought to book. The conversations on the course of politics after this day's event will continue to unfold over time, and even as we continue to seek the reactions from the public and the leaders who are present in here.
They are bringing us up to speed with what has been happening at the KICC, the venue where we've witnessed the swearing in of Kithure Kindiki, who is now the second in command. Of course, now his office will be at Harambee Annex, where Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, impeached now, used to carry out the functions of the office of the Deputy President. That office now goes to Kithure Kindiki, who's just been sworn in. Now, he made his way to the KICC at around 9:50. By the time he was making his way to the dais, it was around 10:15 there to, go now start taking the oath of office. And of course, there were two oaths that were actually administered today. And the one was the allegiance oath, and another one was the oath to commit to execute functions according to the office of the Deputy President, I believe. And you see, I want to bring you to this, these two oaths. Why are they important to have all these two? Let me start with you. Let's start with the allegiance.
The oaths of office are clearly stipulated in the Constitution. It is not someone didn't wake up today and formulate some words and in the name of an oath. It is clearly stipulated the two oaths that should be taken by the incoming Deputy President. Okay. Equally, if it was a president who was still taking an oath, they are clearly stipulated. So it is constitutional. It is not by whim. It is clearly stipulated by the Constitution, because when he takes oath, it's a legal process. When I was admitted to the bar, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and that oath, that is what now promulgated me or elevated me from just a lawyer into an advocate of the High Court. So similarly, that's what the same scenario that has happened.
Okay, this different. What is the difference between the first one and the second one?
Let me explain it to you.
Yeah.
If you want to understand it, understand how Gachagua was impeached. He was giving allegiance to Murima, yet he was supposed to give the allegiance to the Constitution and people of Kenya. Yes. So the allegiance is about to whose interest do you work? Whom do you work for? That's allegiance. And the one for due execution, how do you do it? Isn't it? What are the parameters? Like he said, I will do this function according to the Constitution of Kenya. I will also be there like deputy and serve the functions stipulated by the Constitution of Kenya, isn't it? So help me God. So you see that the second one is how, that's why help me God is mentioned on the second, due execution of office. Okay. The first one is allegiance. So these two things were also in Gachaga's impeachment. One, he was not serving his function as deputy president, that was accused. Another one was that his allegiance was to part of the nation, not to the whole country. And that's why separation of these things are very important. And if you look at all traditions, the same thing, like even if you're doing an author wedding, you also give allegiance to your wife. But also, marriage is a institutional thing, so also you must act according to the Bible if you are a Christian, but also if you're a Muslim, also you have to do it according to Quran. If you're a Buddhist, the same way.
All right. Okay. Now,
just let me add. You know, the Constitution says that you should pledge your allegiance to the Constitution. After that, you take another oath of office. But it doesn't give the wordings. It says, Parliament shall now enact a law that will support these. It's actually in Article 141 in the assumption of office. That Parliament shall now put in together the words that are being used for that oath taking. And we saw that in the ousting of the deputy president, former, that allegiance, the oath of office, was breached when he started talking about the things that he swore that should be secret.
Okay.
Yeah? Like the meeting at the Security Council.
Okay. So the one that was taken first, and this is the allegiance.
Yes, lifting the Constitution and the people of Kenya. The second one is the office.
Okay.
Yes. So your allegiance of the Constitution comes first, followed by now how you should run the office of the deputy president. That's why I quoted these words. To the best of my knowledge, faithfully, truly give my counsel to the office, to the president. I will do justice to all. These are the words that are coined by Parliament.
All right.
But first you lift up the Constitution and then your office.
Okay.
It's not the other way, other way around.
And also just to add, there is what we call governance manual. The fathers of Constitution, this country cannot be run according to the way you want. That's why that is the due execution of office. That's where the governance manual is. For example, when you buy a phone, there's a manual that is always given to you. So the governance manual are one, the Constitution of Kenya; two, laws of Kenya as made in Parliament; and third, policies made by the different ministries. So they are all also given powers in the Constitution. That's why as you are holding the Constitution with your left, carrying the Bible with your right, isn't it? That's what now you are translating them. So it looks like the through osmosis, those things should now move to you. Then you realize that in the end, symbolically, the President of the Republic of Kenya handed over to him the Constitution of Kenya, because that is the basis upon all the government policies and all government laws are made.
Okay, you want to add something? I want to cross to Mombasa.
I wanted to just add that the Constitution, the framers of the 2020 Constitution were very foresighted, wise men and women for that matter. Because under that schedule, all the odds, there's no vacuum in terms of what to take at what point. The odds and affirmations of the president, the deputy president, the speaker of the National Assembly, all the state organs, the odds are clearly stipulated, so that you do not have different, as Prof has already stipulated, the importance and the significance of each and every oath, so that you do not have a situation where we have different kinds of affirmations for different peoples holding the same office at different durations of time or intervals.
All right.
So it's clearly stipulated in that schedule of the Constitution.
All right, and we'll come back and talk about us, the events at KICC. But I want us to cross over to Mombasa County, where reporter Kai is on standby to bring us up to speed with what people are saying. Do we have celebrations in Mombasa? What kind of mood can you read from that particular area? Kai, over to you.
Shukran sana Ian ukiwa studioni na kuja moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa, na hapa tulipo maoni ni kinzani kutokamana basi na kule kuapishwa kwa naibu rais Kithure Kindiki, na vile vile pia kutokamana basi na kule kubanduliwa kwake Rigathi Gachagua. Wengi wakazi hapa wakiwa na hisia kinzani, wakisema kwamba kuna haja basi ya uongozi ule ambao uko kwa sasa wa Profesa Kithure Kindiki uweze kumfanyia kazi yule mwananchi wa kawaida. Itakumbuka kwamba katika semi za rais ameweza kusema kwamba ameweza kukaa bila naibu wake ama kuweza kusaidiwa kazi ndani ya miaka miwili. Hivyo basi akimtaka Kithure Kindiki aweze kumsaidia kazi na vile vile kuweza kuuza ajenda za serikali katika Wakenya, manake mambo mengi amesema kwamba alikuwa anaweza kuachiwa yeye kama rais. Lakini wasemi za Wakenya kaunti ya Mombasa zitakuwa zipi? Watasema yepi kutokamana basi na kuweza kupata naibu wa rais wa pili ama watatu katika katiba hii yetu mpya? Pengine kakangu utaweza kusonga na hapa, mzee wangu songa karibu na mimi. Jina lako, wetu nani, na tuambie tufika umeweza kuyaona yale ambayo ameweza kutendeka, na siku ya leo ni rasmi kwamba Kithure Kindiki profesa ndiye naibu wa rais mpya wa taifa hili la Kenya. Pengine una yapi kutokamana na mbadiliko haya?
Kwa majina naitwa Mwangangi Kadhendu kutoka Mombasa County.
Na mimi kwa siku ya leo niko na furaha kwa sababu yale malengo tulikuwa tuko nayo na mahitaji yetu ni kama imetimizwa. Kwanza kabisa nataka tu nishukuru mbunge wa Kibwezi Bwana Mwengi Mutesi kwa sababu ya kupeleka ule mswada mgeni, na pia nishukuru bunge katika ile kazi walifanya na seneti, na mwisho kabisa mahakama kwa sababu ilipata kuonyesha ya kwamba nchi inaongozwa na sheria na katiba ambao tunastahili sisi wote kuitekeleza. Kwa hakika ni kwamba Kithure Kindiki sasa ndiye naibu wa rais, na ile ambao tulikuwa tunahitaji ni kwamba tupate mtu ambaye anaweza akasaidiana na rais kuweza kuendesha ajenda ya nchi hii yetu ya Kenya na mahitaji yote ya mwananchi kupata kushughulikiwa katika hali inayostahili. Tukijua ya kwamba ile kitu imemuondoa naibu rais si jambo kubwa sana, ila ni kule kuacha ile agenda ya serikali na kuingia kwa agenda ya region, akijifanya kama representative wa region moja, ili wa Kenya wote tulirauka asubuhi tukaenda kupiga kura kwa ajili ya kuchagua serikali itakayohudumia mwananchi bila mambo ya kabila, bila mambo ya region, bila mambo yote, bali kwa sababu ni mwananchi wa nchi ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo yangu ni kushukuru kwamba serikali ya shares imeenda na Bwana Rigathi Gachagua, na sasa tunabaki katika serikali ambayo ni ya wananchi wote wa Kenya. Kwa mtazamo wangu saa hii nataka kusema ya kwamba ni rais na naibu wake ambao sasa wako saa hii waangalie wahakikishe ya kwamba wametekeleza zile agenda serikali iliyokuwa nazo tulipokuwa tunaingia katika mambo ya upigaji kura. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kuona ya kwamba nchi yetu inaenda na inakuwa vizuri katika uchumi. Mambo ya siasa tunataka kuona sehemu ambao kuna ule upatano wa kisiasa kwa manufaa ya mwananchi, lakini si kwa manufaa ya watu binafsi, bali tuone ya kwamba mwananchi anapata ile haki yake. Na zaidi ya yote ni mambo na usalama ipate kushughulikiwa njia ambayo inawafaa, manake hata saa hii tuko hapa mjini Mombasa ni kwamba kuna sehemu iko na shida ya usalama, sehemu za Kuria huko na katika mpaka ya Kuria na Wakalenjin hapo. Tunaomba ya kwamba serikali sasa jinsi imeingia, kwa sababu kuna huo ushirikiano kati ya Profesa Kithure Kindiki na Dr. William Samoei Ruto ambaye ni rais wetu wa jamhuri hii, wapate kushughulikia, tupate kuona amani katika nchi yetu. Kitu muhimu sana ni amani katika nchi yetu ili tupate kuona uchumi wetu unakuwa.
Shukrani sana. Shukrani sana. Tukiweza kupata mwingine hapa, mzee wangu, karibu. Jina lako ni nani? Semi zako ni zipi kutokamana na matukio ya leo?
Naitwa Yahya Ngari. Mimi ni mkaji hapa lakini si mwenyeji hapa. Sasa katika hiyo matukio yote imetukia, mimi naona hakuna kitu kibaya imefanyika. Kwa sababu aliyeingia pale si Kindiki, ni Mkenya. Bora ni Mkenya. Hata angekuwa ni Mkenya wote ama ni wa Coast ni wa wapi, bora ni Mkenya ameingia pale afanywa Kenya kazi bila kubagua. Alafu kitu ya pili, na nchi kai imetulia. Kama nchi haijatulia hata wafanya biashara hawezi kufanya biashara vizuri. Kwa hivyo tunapenda mtu anaingia pale, akae pale na nchi tulie vizuri, tuweze kufanya biashara zetu vizuri. Huyu aliondolewa pale naye aendelee na kukaa na watu vile alikuwa anakaa nao. Si waseme amefanywa. Hiyo yote ni mchakato wa kisiasa. Si ati ameondolewa kwa sababu ana hatia, mchakato wa kisiasa. Kama angekuwa ni mchakato wa kisheria angeshtakiwa mahakamani na wizi na nini. Lakini kwa vile ni mchakato wa kisheria au kisiasa, na yeye atajua vile atafanya kisiasa. Kwa hivyo asije akasema yule ameshika nafasi yake, ile si nafasi yake, ile nafasi ya Mkenya wowote.
Shukrani sana kwa hoja yako. Pengine tukipata Mkenya mwingine hapa, kakangu, jina lako ni nani? Semi zako ni zipi kutokana na matukio ya leo?
Kwa majina naitwa Benjamin Munyoke Mutoa, Kongoe hapa Kongoe sokoni. Mimi ni mwanabiashara, nauza viatu. Na kwa hakika leo tumefurahia ya kwamba katika ile mabadiliko ya Senate ambayo ilikuwa imeamua na wananchi pia wakaamua na bunge likaamua, tumeona haki imefanyika, kwa sababu kusema ile kweli tuliona ile live yule mambo ilikuwa Gachagua akifanya. Na si kwamba alikosea, lakini tunamuomba kwa maana bado ni kiongozi wetu, arudi nyuma aweze kuongea na wale viongozi waweze kuendelea na kufanya kazi pamoja, na pia na huyu Kindiki ambaye ameingia kazi. Tunaomba pia aingie kazi na afanye kazi kwa wananchi wote wa Kenya. Maana ni kiongozi wetu wa nchi, amechaguliwa na watu wote. Na leo imedhihirika ya kwamba pia ni kiongozi ambaye tumeona vile amezungumza anaweza kufanya watu kazi. Na afanye kazi kwa hakika, sio maneno. Maana sisi tukiangalia hii maneno imeisha leo. Hii maneno imeisha kwa sababu tumeangalia sisi wanabiashara tumeumia na tumefurahi kwamba hii kama imeisha, watu waangalie pia wanabiashara tuweze kuinua biashara zetu, manake hiyo mwezi hatukuwa tukipata chochote. Lakini kwa vile sasa hii mambo imeisha, warudi nyuma, watusikie na watufanyie kazi.
Shukrani sana kwa hoja yako. Ian Semizo kutoka kwa wakazi wa kaunti ya Mombasa wakiweza kunena kinagobaga jinsi gani basi wameweza kufuatilia mchakato mzima huu wa kuweza kuapishwa kwa naibu rais wa 3 Rigathi Gachagua, Kithure Kindiki, na wakiweza kusema kwamba kuna haja basi ya viongozi hao wawili, Rais William Ruto pamoja na naibu wake Rigathi Kithure Kindiki, waweze kufanya kazi kwa uwiano na waweze kumfanyia kazi yule Mkenya wa kawaida. Kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa, jina langu ni Frederick Kai, kwako Ian.
All right, there, Kai, Brian, but fine. Of course, the views from Mombasa, they are getting to hear what people are saying on the ground, and they just whether they do welcome the move by the head of state to have a new second in command. And we want to go over to the KICC also to get some views from Kenyans who attended the event and what they have to say. So Busara is on standby. Busara, over to you.
Asante sana Brian Mwai kutoka studio. Bila shaka nipo hapa katika ukumbi wa KICC na Waswahili wanasema kilicho na mwanzo kosi mwisho, na ni rasmi kwamba tupo na naibu wa rais wa 3 hapa nchini Kenya ambaye ni Profesa Kithure Kindiki, na kuna Wakenya wengi ambao wamehudhuria hafla hii. Mtazamaji, wameminika hapa kuanzia asubuhi na hivi sasa wanajiandaa kuondoka, lakini ningependa kuzungumza nao nipate kujua hisia zao ni zipi na wanatarajia yepi kutoka kwa naibu rais huyu mpya. Na moja kwa moja basi acha nianze kuzungumza nao. Pengine uanze na jina lako na uniambie pengine unatarajia sasa naibu rais mpya afanye nini hapa nchini Kenya ili kuweza kuimarisha maisha ya Mkenya.
Kwa majina naitwa Mike Atogo, mimi ni mkaji wa Nairobi hapa. Mimi ningeomba sasa venye tumepata deputy president wa 3rd one asaidie president ku deliver ile manifesto alituambia kama sisi kama wa Kenya. Ule mwingine alikuleta siasa mapema, lakini sasa ni saa ya kazi, sio saa ya siasa. Tunawatakia tu mazuri, wapendane, wachape kazi.
Haya, asante sana. Pengine nyuma yako unaona kwamba kuna umuhimu gani kwa viongozi ambaye ni rais na naibu wake kuweza kupendana na kushirikiana kufanya kazi?
Mimi naitwa Eric Kirui, mimi ni mkaji wa Nairobi.
Ongea tu ana.
Okay, mimi naitwa Eric Kirui, mimi ni mkaji wa Nairobi. Ninaona umuhimu wa deputy rais Profesa Kindiki asaidie rais sana. Asilete ugawanyiko kwa Kenya. Kenya ni moja. Hatutaki maponde, mlima, sijui mteremuko, sijui Rift Valley, hatutaki kusikia hiyo. Tunataka deputy rais asaidie rais kwa manifesto yenye aliweka. Rais ameongea huko mbele na tumesikia yale yote ambayo amesema. Rais ako na imani sana kwa Kindiki. So nawatakia mema. Asante sana.
Asante. Labda upande huu kidogo, mpiga picha ukisongesha, nipatie maoni yako. Unataka kwamba kama Mkenya wewe, unataka rais na naibu wake wakutendee kipi wakati huu?
Okay, kwa majina mimi naitwa Evans Nyamboga Muranga. Mimi naweza sema hivi, rais tunataka afanye kazi. Waache mambo ya kusunguka na kufanya siasa. Amesikana na Kindiki na wafanye kazi ya maana, wa Kenya wafanyie wa Kenya kazi. Hiyo ndio tunaweza sema, waache mambo ya siasa, waache mambo ya vitina. Vitina ya tuseme imeisha wakati ametoa Gachagua. Wafanye kazi na Kindiki na wafanyie wa Kenya kazi, vijana wapate ajira. Unajua vijana wengi sana wako nje. Vijana wapata ajira na vijana wapate kazi. Hiyo ndio naweza sema.
Asante sana. Pengine kwako kama kijana, songea mbele kidogo. Haya, pengine maoni yako pia wewe ni yapi?
Okay, asante. Mimi naitwa Geoffrey Odhiambo kutoka Embakasi South. Nashukuru sana kwa hii uteuzi ambayo imefanyika, ambayo mark a good history. Na kile nahitaji tu kwa hii serikali ambayo sasa ni broad based government. Kenya kwanza iliisha. Mimi kitu naomba tu ni peace, kwa sababu sisi Kenyans tumezoea kujitegemea. So what we need is peace na security ndio tuweze kufanya biashara yetu bila wasiwasi. So that is what I need from this government. We have a doctor and a professor. Let the professor advise the president. Mambo ya haki na mambo ya uchumi. And that one will take us somewhere as Kenyans.
Asante sana.
Okay, thank you.
Na wewe je, unayepa kusema? Anza na jina lako.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa James Baraza, mkaaji wa Nairobi na tokea sehemu za Kangemi. Ombi langu kwa naibu wa rais mpya Bwana Kindiki ni ya kwamba ashikilie ile heshima aliyo nayo. Yeye ni mwanasiasa lakini hana hayo mambo mengi ya wanasiasa, kelele, vitisho, vitina. Nadhania ile title yenye pia ana hold ya uprofesa inamsaidia kuwa na hiyo heshima. Ombi langu kwake ni ya kwamba atunze hiyo heshima yake, na kwa mambo kama ya vijana, serikali iwe ikisikiliza vijana. Ishughulikie vijana wengi. Vijana wengi wamekosa ajira, vijana wengi wana talanta, vijana wengi wamesoma. Lakini sasa hivi Kenya vijana wakiongea, wakipasa sauti zao juu, wanasiasa especially our MPs wanasema Gen Z wanapenda kelele tu nini. Si kila Gen Z ako na kelele. Wana make noise because of an agenda. Hakuna tu kijana mwenda wazimu anaamka tu anasema MP wangu ama nani afanyi kazi. Wakizungumza, serikali imakinike nayo kufanya nini? Kuwasikiliza. Na nitaomba sana Kithure, jinsi nilivyosema, si mtu wa kupayukwa, si mtu wa mambo mengi. Atazame vijana.
Asante kwa maoni yako. Pengine tukimalizia wawili wa mwisho, wazungumza maoni yako.
Jina langu ni Riro Sibuti. Ningeweza kusema kwamba Kithure Kindiki sidhani kama akona jukumu sana, kwa sababu pale kwa executive president ndo mkubwa. Ana tu jukumu la labda kumshauri na pia kuunganisha Wakenya. Kama hiyo ndio kitu kikubwa cha ofisi ya rais, kuunganisha Wakenya wote. Nilikuwa nasikia mambo ya mlima nini, lakini tunajua kwamba Kenya ni kubwa, milima ni mingi kama vile watu washasema, hatuna mlima mmoja. Kwa hivyo tuna matumaini makubwa kwa Kindiki kwamba ataunganisha Wakenya.
Asante sana. Pengine wa mwisho hapa tukimalizia, jina lako?
Kwa majina naitwa Elvis Angatia kutoka Kaimosi. Profesa Kindiki, tunakutarajia ukue deputy president mpaka wa watu wa Kaimosi kule Mulundu. Tuna matarajio mingi sana kukuhusu. Tunataka uangalie vijana, uangalie wa mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda. Asante sana.
Na bila shaka hizo ni hisia za vijana ambao walikuwa wamehudhuria hafla hii ya kuapishwa kwa Kindiki, mtazamaji. Na bila shaka kufikia hapo sina budi ila kurejesha studioni. Mimi ni Busara Naman kutoka hapa katika ukumbi wa KCC Nairobi.
Right, Busara Naman from the KICC here in Nairobi, where the swearing in of the second in command, Kithure Kindiki, was taking place today, giving us feedback from Kenyans on what exactly their feedback is as far as this process is concerned, and having a new deputy president under the 2010 constitution, making him the third deputy president under this constitution. Right now, the oath of office, like we talked about, he took actually two oaths, and that is, one was taken at 10:50, another one at 10:53. He signed it at 10:55. That's just the timelines in regards to what was happening, and now he was given those particular copies, his copy rather, at 10:57. Now, there were three copies rather. One was his own copy, another one was taken to public service, and another one was returned by the judiciary. So this is just the a sequence of events on what exactly was happening on that particular front. Then we now saw the deputy president who has just been sworn in, that is Kithure Kindiki, now giving his speech, and his speech was mostly about the kind of work that he's going to be doing and how he's going to be loyal to the president. He said, I have been your student, political student, for 20 years and learned so much from you. I'm grateful and honored to be selected to work under you, and I will not let you down for the privilege you have given me, and I promise to support and assist you. I will be loyal and faithful. I will try to lighten the burden that you carry on your shoulders. This particular speech and the statements that were made today, is that what should have been expected from the previous deputy president? And with this, with whatever Kithure Kindiki has been able to, show today, as far as this speech is concerned, how will this relationship be long-lasting?
That should be the position of every assisting party. That should be the position of every deputy president. Rigathi failed in this aspect. Kithure Kindiki has pledged to support the president in every way, to serve under him. And he has said that he has learnt a lot from his leader. And that is what we are supposed to be seeing up to the end of his tenure as the deputy president. Because the constitution stipulates that the deputy president should do nothing else other than think like the president, go under the president, do what the president is thinking. And wait, Professor, wait.
No, from the
let me
ruling that
ventilate.
was, just listen. From the ruling that was made yesterday in the corridors of justice, you know, the judges said, you know, under this constitution, the 2010 constitution, of course, the office of the deputy president has functions that you know, functions that he can do or that are given to him by the constitution itself, that he does not need to work under the mercy of the president. So if you say think, act, and I don't
actually,
know.
by the way,
I'm sorry
the biggest problems to Edgar's statement is that if you look at the execution of function, due execution of function, it clashes what he has said. I will advise. And then the president said, without fear or favor. So if you think like me, then do I need you? If you think the way I think, there must be a complementarity. If you have a wife who says yes to everything, then what are they bringing?
You will be a Rigathi. Can you open the oath of office?
No.
You want to inspect the oath of office now?
Listen, I want to make this clear. In the end, they said, if you give your boss advice, even if he does not take it, then you keep it secret. You can't go and say, I advise the president that we should not do increase price of fuel, then he disagreed. Then you say in public, your work is to advise him.
Yes.
What he does with the advice
just like
is none of your business. So you cannot think like him if you want to give him advice. In fact, if I'm the president and you give me advice that are looking like me, then why am I spending 1 hour with you? I should spend 1 hour with someone disagreeing with me, telling me how they can correct what I'm trying to say. But Brad, give me some moment just to bring some things which are very important here. The president's speech looks like a bridegroom making a speech after getting a new wife after a divorce. You know, a new catch looks better, isn't it? I'm sure even men will like new catches, isn't it? So this one still is a bride which is new, looks good. Will this bride remains good? This is a good question that actually you have to think about. Then also, William Ruto, Parliament and Senate has broken a record. Do you know which record they have broken? This is the first impeachment in the history of Kenya of a deputy president. Others was firing because under the previous constitution was just fire. There was no impeachment successfully. So what I'm trying to say here is that with that success, I want to take this chance to ask the president, ask the Senate, ask Parliament, and also ask all the institutions that have executed the impeachment of former deputy president and the installation of the new deputy president, can we use that precision to support the Kenyan's economic situation as it is now in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto?
Do you think that can be translated?
I'm just trying to say, because that's important. Because we cannot be that since the election, we are discussing about leaders, but not the people. Remember, that office is a function. The function of the office of the president is to ensure that Kenyans are secure. He's throwing the blame and saying criminals and thugs, isn't it? The same precision, we had a very difficult legal environment with the 23 cases Gachagua has brought. They have overcome it. Can't we not overcome the challenges of the criminals? Can't they use the same precision to reduce, to stop these abductions, stop the killings, make Kenyans' livelihoods better, execute the healthcare agenda, ensure education is transformed, a university funding model, ensure people don't sleep hungry, the issues about housing, the issues about integrity, the fight against corruption can also be done. To remove Rigathi Gachagua from office is harder than fighting corruption in Kenya. Can't they use all the muscle? Because look, the budget which has been used to impeach Gachagua is not easy. MPs had to vote. They had to be financed to vote. Senate had to be financed. Actually, I said this on this set, Gakuya confirmed. MPs were receiving money. Money was in the Senate. This function was funded. Look, Can you imagine yesterday, the court declares, and a function like this, how much do you think this function is? How has money been wired quickly from a bank and arranged quickly, cars, vehicles to take the with military precision? These people are capable of serving this country. I want their heart to be at the heartbeat of this country and serve it with the same precision. They are capable, they are not incapable. Look at how Chief Justice got the message yesterday after Supreme Court. Look how judiciary came with the mess, with all procedures, executed the precision. If anybody was to travel, they cancel all the travels. The holiday was declared within speed time and given because the deputy president must be sworn in a holiday. You cannot swear him on a working day. So everything done with precision means that we are capable. The main question is, have we ever used our capabilities and qualification for the best of this country?
It was taken away from me. Let me just qualify my statement. When I said that, please, Professor Kindiki, don't listen to my brother professor here, because he's misleading you. One, when I say you should think for the president and like the president, the Constitution gives the deputy president a place under the president. One, it says principal assistant. What else do you do when you're the principal assistant? Nothing else other than what the president does. Number two, he shall do duties conferred by the president. There is no other thing that he should do in that office.
Where are you
getting
that?
Number three, go to article number 147, functions of the deputy president. Soma kitabu yenye uko nayo. And then, when the president is absent, that is when you can speak.
Edgar, we are talking, and that's what I had raised earlier.
That's when you can speak.
The deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by this constitution and any other functions of the president as the president may assign. Meaning the constitution still gives him functions to perform that are not necessarily at the whims of the president.
Yes.
Let's not litigate.
And Brian, just a point before you go, then I close. The president has noted the intelligence and the qualification of Professor Kindiki. Why should you be a professor and yet now you think like somebody who is not a professor like you? Then what is the value of having a professor deputizing somebody when they have to think like that person? When they have to execute like that person? For me, I think that...
Listen, what you're saying, what you're saying is that this particular book, from the article you're reading, because you are reading it selectively. Listen. No. Let's listen. Article 147.2, the deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by this constitution and any other functions of the president as the president may assign. And this was actually made in the corridors of justice yesterday, meaning even if the deputy president was sidelined in the executive, under the new constitution, he still has functions within
and that is the point I'm trying to do. That's the point I'm trying to draw. That this country cannot be run according to the president. These are governance manuals. A manual, when I give you a phone with a manual, then for you, you start acting according to how your boss wants you to use a phone. You'll crash the phone. Kenya is not an experiment. Kenya is a country where the fathers of the constitution drafted the constitution to even tell you how, if the constitution was clear, even how you should be sworn in. Then for you, you want, so according to me, you want to see the value of the Professor Kindiki bringing a contribution out of his intellectualism. Like Saitoti helped Moi on the transformation of education as a professor, isn't it? Okay. We want to see this professor, the teething issue. You want to make the burden of the president less. You can't think like him. Okay. You must bring new thinking that Gachagua was not giving. Gachagua was an activist inside the government. You have to come back and analyze and crystal clear, like he advised the president in the case in Hague. Let him lighten his burden now. We don't want him to think like the president because then he's not helpful. Okay. That's my point.
Okay. Brian, let me take it a notch higher, and I'll pick from where the president's speech. He spoke about something that he has been missing, which was, he said, someone to help him propel the Kenya Kwanza agenda. Yes. So now, let me take it politically. Okay. The regime that we have, we call it Kenya Kwanza regime. There is a manifesto that was signed when the administration of the Kenya Kwanza was being formed. When the government was coming into power, they had an agenda. that was crystallized in a political formula called the manifesto. Now, what he needs, what the president needs, is an assistant to help him propel that agenda. Okay. So when my professor says he needs to act differently from or think different from the president, I do agree with Edgar that he needs to act in conformity with the president, so that the deputy president and the president do work hand in hand to propel the agenda that brought them to power, that Rigathi Gachagua has failed to do so.
Okay, so the agenda, in terms of helping the president propel the agenda that brought them to power, then we'll say that those are some other functions that have been assigned to him by the president. The other functions that he'll be assigned.
But
still, we just being in that particular office, he still can, he has functions that he's supposed to be doing. Based on this constitution?
Like what? The constitution does not allocate functions, specific functions. The specific functions are allocated to the deputy president by the president himself. And that's why we saw presidents telling Rigathi Gachagua, take care of Mulima, take care of milk, take the milk agenda, take care of the alcohol agenda, take care of the coffee agenda, specific roles that I believe Gachagua has not lived to the expectations of Kenyans, and I believe the president too. Okay. But if the same responsibility is bestowed on the third deputy president, if he needs to be relevant and if he needs to leave a legacy with him, when if he wants to continue being a darling in dalliance with the presidency, he needs to perform as per the president's expectation.
But let's talk about the consequences of this argument. Yes. Okay. The consequence is this: if the president has said Adani is good, isn't it? Kenyans are saying Adani is not good, isn't it? Yes.
He has given, no choice. Listen, the first oath is allegiance to the people of Kenya who have the sovereign power. Is he living according to the constitution? The president says that SHIF is okay. The university funding model is fine. These are the consequences, because you cannot take a decision, then you don't want the consequences. If you decide to jump from a 10th floor house down, you cannot escape from the consequences.
Okay, so in terms of being the principal assistant, where do you draw the line between having a personal opinion and...
Who is supreme? The constitution is supreme. Okay. It has prescribed that you give the first oath allegiance to the constitution and the people of Kenya. Who is the boss of the bosses? The boss of the bosses is the constitution and the sovereign power. Now, secondly, you give allegiance to the execution office, where now you mention the president and how you are going to work with him. Now, so, if we talk about hierarchy of oaths, isn't it? The oath of allegiance sits above the oath of due function of the office. That's why it's second first. So, I know you guys are lawyers. I'm a governance expert. I'm just trying to tell you the consequences of your position. That anything Kenyans want, you tell them, for me, I'll do according to what the president wants, isn't it? What if Kenyans go now to parliament again and said, you have not lived according to the allegiance of the oath of office you took on 1st of November 2024, isn't it? Can you escape an impeachment? No, you can't. So according to me, you have your boss, but there's the boss of bosses. The boss of bosses here is the people, is the constitution of Kenya. No one is above the law, not even the president is. And now Kithure Kindiki is not. Let us not tell people here that the president is the boss of bosses, so whatever he does. I can tell you, my brother, you must not stay in that office forever, Professor Kindiki. If you go to that office because you need that office more than anything else, you are missing the point. If the office needs you, then the office needs you to serve Kenyans. Are you there because you need that office for any benefits, the powers you want to enjoy, and the money you might make, isn't it? We know there's corruption in Kenya, isn't it? The president is the commander-in-chief, isn't it? If there's corruption in Kenya, are you going to help fight that, or you'll focus on what the president tells you? According to me, by choosing to know that you will do everything according to the president, means you have taken only one oath.
Let me help, Professor.
And that is the executive office. Are you telling me you carried the Bible up, the constitution was down?
Let me help.
The Bible, where the word of God is above the constitution.
You understand that?
Okay.
Then the constitution is second. Then your boss is third. Did he hold the head of William Ruto saying that I will obey you? No, he didn't say that.
So that is the significance of having the Bible up and holding.
The Bible is up, the constitution is down, the president is beside you. Meaning the most important instruments, that box called instruments, William Ruto was not there. The constitution is there. And I repeat again, the constitution, the laws of Kenya, the policies of the land are the governance manual. Follow the manual, then you run Kenya according to Kenya. If that costs you your job, you'll become a statesman. But if you do not follow that because you want to keep that office at fire, whether it is fire or whatever it is, whether it's raining or the sunshine, that your main job is to keep that job, then actually that job is useless according to me. The job will be useful according to the service that you are going to give the nation. If I would be deputy president now, and I know very well, because Gachagwa's problem was, he was trying to say that he's trying to work for Kenyans, but he had cases which are glaring, isn't it? If Gachagua had no glaring cases, Kenyans could have embraced him in totality. So if you are honest that you are serving Kenyans using the governance manual, and you leave that job because of that, then it's fine. Let us not go to a position that you need. What is the salary of deputy president? Kindiki, who is a professor, if he quits that office, he can make more money than what he's getting from there. Okay. So according to me, you should never get a job that you need too much, that you can sacrifice everything. The job should need you, not you needing the job.
Okay, so from this, before you come in, from the speech that you witnessed today, because you see, when Edgar is looking at the speech, he says, now that is how a deputy president should actually...
how much is it being paid, we should check the M-Pesa. Can you bring your phone?
Holding his this is the SI unit of a deputy president. Now let me just say this. The first person to make an oath to the Constitution is the president. First, the president has to be right about the Constitution. Then the assistant has to follow the footsteps of the president. We are not working at cross purposes here, Professor. The president has to take that allegiance to the Constitution. Then the good professor of law, Kindiki, has to assist the president in uplifting the Constitution.
Okay.
As the principal assistant. We're actually saying the same thing here.
No.
But you are an activist in an office. Kithure, if you are listening, just stay put. Just say the words that you said. I will serve under you.
I'll say my fellow
I am a political student. But nothing in the political space has ever. I have learned from you, and I am humble. And we move forward.
All right, all right.
But Gachagua said that as well. Gachagua said that as well. And you see why?
Okay. Maybe the words that were being used are different because this one has been sir, and you know what I remember the former deputy president used to say is Mr. President. You know, President William Ruto and I most of the time. Okay.
But also remember, there was the use of the word "my brother" with Gachagua.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly.
Here it was Mr. President, sir.
Yeah.
My brother wasn't used here.
Yeah.
You know those things of brother. It is not a personal relationship. This is about professionalism.
Yes. Okay, so somebody seemed to have gotten the memo, very ready to last in this particular marriage until I don't know when. But we want to cross over to Simwa, who is Timothy Sim, of course, who is in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, to bring us up to speed. Because we engaged him before the swearing in, and now the swearing in has already happened. Now we have the third deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, Abraham Kithure Kindiki, the son from Tharaka Nithi. Simwa, what's the letters from Eldoret?
Well, we just want to talk to members of Uasin Gishu County to hear their views about an event that's happened a few minutes ago. Of course, the transition has since happened. The country has a new deputy president, the third one, under the 2010 constitution. And of course, views have been varied, so to speak, Amwai. But generally, like from our morning interactions, it's fair to mention that majority of people within the county of Uasin Gishu seem to be very okay with the political happenings in the country. By and large, most of them are in support of the new Deputy President, that is Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki. Allow me to have an interaction with them. Watuambie mawili matatu kuhusiana na yale ambayo yamefanyika hii leo KICC. Rais ameweza kutoa hotuba yake, naibu wa rais mpya Kithure Kindiki amezungumza. Sijui hisia zako kama Mkenya ni zipi kuhusiana na matukio ambayo yameweza kufanyika hii leo? Tuanze kusema jina lako.
Kwa majina ni Jeremiah Kibet Sawe, mimi nikiwa UDA coordinator Kapseret Sub County. Sisi tumefurahia kwa uapisho wa Kithure Kindiki. Sisi tumengoja sana na sisi tuko na imani ya kwamba Kithure Kindiki yeye ni deputy president kuanzia sasa. Na sisi tunatarajia tukiwa wa Kenya kazi itaanzika kesho na development ya Kenya itaanzika kesho. Sisi hatuna maneno, tuko na furaha sana. Tunaambia Kithure Kindiki karibu uunge rais wetu mkono na mfanye kazi pamoja. Sisi hatuna maneno yoyote tukiwa Uasin Gishu County. Leo yetu ni furaha tu.
Kwa majina naitwa John Tanui, mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Eldoret. Nimeshukuru sana kwa sababu ya kuweka deputy president kwa siku ya leo. Kitu nataka tu niseme ni jambo la maana, ni kwa sababu Mungu alisimama kwa raia wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa sababu hakuna watu ambao walipigana, kwa sababu deputy president wa zamani alienda, alafu watu naanza kupigana, hakuna. Kwa hivyo Kenya iko na amani, wataendelea kufanya kazi pamoja. Kitu nataka niombe tu deputy president ambaye imewekwa saa hii awe ready kutembelea wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ili ajulikane yeye amekuwa deputy president, na president naye mushikane pamoja, mufanye kazi pamoja. Katika bonde la Ufa tuko na vitu mingi ambayo natakiwa kufanya, kwa hivyo mufanye bidii ili wananchi wafurahie kitu ambayo mmefanya. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Kwa majina ni Larry, natoka Inapkoi Sub County. Kwa congratulations kwa Kindiki. Mimi nataka niwaambie wajumbe na senators congratulations. Anybody mwenye anaenda against Ruto na anatoka Rift Valley, kuna viboko yenu. Tu Senator Jerarge kuna kiboko.
Tunazungumzia masuala ya naibu wa rais. Asante sana kwa muda wako. Amwai, you've had a section of Uasin Gishu residents speaking to us about the events of today. Perhaps we can say that they have since moved on and they are welcoming the political changes in the country that have now installed Abraham Kithure Kindiki as the deputy president. What perhaps they'll be waiting is to see if there'll be any form of change in terms of service delivery and the many complaints Kenyans have had in the recent past about the Kenya Kwanza administration. But expectations are high. They are hoping that a lot is bound to change, at least in their favor this time around. Back to you.
Creative. All right, Timothy Simwa there from Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, bringing us up to speed with the views from Kenyans in that particular area and what they are saying as far as this momentous moment in the country is concerned. And of course, I want us to close, but I don't have enough time to keep you here for long. But thank you so much for making time and being part of the process ever since we started at 9 a.m. all the way to this particular time. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I do appreciate your time, and I want to give you 30 seconds each for your final remarks on this particular matter, and I think your final remarks will actually be on the speech that the president rather gave, which looked like it was don't want to call it an attack, but to some extent on that particular front, talking about the unity of the country and all that, to some extent indicating that that has not been the case with the holder of the office, the previous holder of that particular office. Let me start with you, Edgar.
Good. For my final remarks, 30 seconds are not enough, but I'll try to finish it very fast. One, congratulations for the new deputy president. And my statement from the beginning has been bend the knee. Do not accept to go against the president. Number two, if you try to play with the president, you have known that he is a political genius. That before you do it, he is ahead of you, mastering all the numbers, and indeed, you should learn many things. Today's speech of the president, that's number three and the final one, today's speech for the president was a speech that gave a future to this administration. Which future? One, that we should not be championing Murima.
Okay.
That you cannot be Amurima Deputy President Kindiki, you are not from your village and you're not your village.
Okay.
The last one is, should be the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
All right. Okay. I believe the Muriman anthem might come to an end very soon. Final remarks are dead on on the speech of the President. Matters unit.
One thing came out clearly with the President's speech, that he expects Professor to be the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Okay.
He kept mentioning all of us, the people, and not a specific region. And he mentioned specific regions. You'll be Deputy President for all the regions and not a specific region. Okay. That came out clearly, and it was of course an obvious attack on his the predecessor. Yes, it was an obvious attack, and it also affirmed that indeed the wars and the misfortunes of Rigathi Gachagua were orchestrated by one person whom we have today confirmed whom it was.
Prof, for 30 seconds, the speech of the President, unity, the nation and all.
The President's speech was one flag, one people, one country. Yeah. And anybody who goes against that becomes an enemy to the country. And he has tried to belabor that point by giving so many examples, talking about the not lake only, not the sea only, not the mountain only, but a people of Kenya that should actually enjoy all that. And actually, he also talked about the problem that he's facing. He said that the former president, deputy president, was about incompetence and division. The new one is about competence. That's why he highlighted the professor. So what I'm trying to say here is that what the president missed was competence and loyalty. Okay. Now that he has it, let him steer the country forward with the same speed to solve people's problems, because today a whole nation was given a holiday, 53 million Kenyans were given a holiday.
Out of nowhere.
And you remember, 13 million people without a job watching one person taking a job, and therefore this one person who took the job today should create the job for the 13 million Kenyans who don't have a job out there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Of course, Edgar Kosgei, thank you so much, public policy analyst, Professor Fred Ogola, of course, thank you so much for making time here and being with us at this particular moment. And Wakili Dedan Chege, I do appreciate your time and don't take it for granted. Of course, that's where we wrap it up here on this special coverage of today's event, and that is the inauguration of Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. My name is Brian Amwai. I believe I'll see you in a moment for the 1 p.m. bulletin, right? Wow.
Mtumaini Bwana kwa moyo wako wote, wala usitegemee ufahamu wako mwenyewe. Katika njia zako zote mtambue, naye atazielekeza njia zako. Mithali sura ya 3 mstari wa 5 hadi wa 6.
Ili kuset Mtumaini Bwana kama skiza tune yako, dial *811 *618